Chapter 14:12. Unfortunately, the moment Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang discovered Chu Yang's shocking power, they immediately realized their own stupidity. But how could it be in time? As soon as they fled, Chu Yang snorted coldly and used the spatial door that he had just comprehended. The moment he stepped in, he blocked the two of them with a flash. At the same time, he raised his hand and used the heaven-mending seal, forming a heavenly barrier, cutting off the perception of the Nirvana sage and the rest above the Cave of Frost. Only then did he say coldly, "Can you still escape? Previously, I said that the reason why I didn't kill you fools was because I didn't want to expose myself." The two of them didn't hear Chu Yang's words. Right now, their minds were buzzing and blank. There was only one word: teleport. Wild Dog could actually teleport. He obtained the space-time secret technique and has already mastered it. The two of them immediately understood. Chu Yang must have obtained the space-time secret technique from the Cave of Frost, which was why he could do this. But such a comprehension speed was too shocking. How difficult was it to comprehend the space-time secret technique? Without years of study, how could one understand a thing or two? The more Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang understood Chu Yang, the more terrified they were. The two of them thought that they were geniuses and were also recognized as geniuses among geniuses. But in front of a freak like Chu Yang, they suddenly realized that they were nothing. At this moment, just like how people looked at them with reverence, they also looked at Chu Yang with incomparable reverence. Surprise, horror, disbelief, and so on. They were shocked that there was such a person in the world, and why they weren't that kind of proud son of heaven. Chu Yang could roughly guess their guesses. It was just that he could teleport a long time ago. But he didn't explain. He just smiled coldly and said, "Since you know the difference, do you still need me to dirty my hands? Wild Dog, do you think really have us?" Xiao Chang'e couldn't speak clearly, and his voice was trembling. Chu Yang was extremely cold. "Since you are still confident, what are you afraid of, Xiao Chang'e? Wild Dog, let's not talk about whether you can kill the two of us first." Xiong Longxiang's voice was also trembling, but he was calmer than Xiao Chang'e. After a pause, he continued, "Even if you can kill us, do you know what the consequences will be?" How could Xiao Chang'e have imagined that there would be such a moment where he would be so fearful in front of Chu Yang, trembling in fear? Xiong Longxiang would never have thought that he would be so tactful as to remind Wild Dog that the consequences of killing them would be severe. Hee. Chu Yang chuckled. "I'll tell you the answer to your first question first. There are two of you, right? I don't have many either." As he spoke, he used the magical power of the divine devil twins. Silently, his divine doppelganger and his demon doppelganger appeared and stood on either side of Chu Yang. What? Avatar? Wild Dog actually had an avatar? Furthermore, it wasn't just one avatar, but two avatars. How is this possible? How can a mere spirit stage have two avatars? Isn't this something that can only be done when one reaches the saint stage? Even an ordinary saint wouldn't dare to create an avatar because they are worried about their soul power weakening. When Xiao Chang'e saw Chu Yang's God-fiend avatar, he almost fainted from fright. However, what made them even more horrified was that Chu Yang's avatar was even stronger than his original body. It was actually at the 9th level of the soul fusion realm. Chapter 14:13. At this moment, the two of them suddenly realized that what they had known a moment ago, what they had said about realizing how amazing the Wild Dog was simply a huge joke. They were just looking at the big picture through a tube and making others laugh. Seeing that the two of them were no longer ferocious but full of fear, Chu Yang just smiled. "Now, to answer your second question, so what if I kill you? Can't I kill the people behind you?" How could not kill them? He just needed time. Facing such a terrifying Chu Yang, Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang were in complete despair. This was definitely the most terrifying genius they had ever seen in their lives. It was just that this genius was too sinister, making them throw themselves at the edge of the blade. The two of them were speechless. Chu Yang immediately felt bored and said, "You two maggots, kill yourselves. I'll let you go to the afterlife. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to reincarnate." Wild Dog, We don't have much enmity between us. It's better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. Why don't we bury the hatchet? Xiong Longxiang's face darkened as he smiled in a flattering manner. That's right, wild dog. We don't have much enmity between us. Xiao Chang'e also forced a smile, forcing a flattering smile on his face. Huh. Chu Yang saw that the difference was too great. These two were so arrogant just now, but now they were actually wagging their tails and begging for mercy. He didn't expect this at all, so he couldn't help but hold his stomach and laugh loudly. His other finger pointed at the two of them and said, "Your faces are really interesting. I didn't expect this even in my dreams, ha." Wong. Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang's minds buzzed, and then their faces burned. They were actually trying to curry favor with Wild Dog, just now like dogs, almost wagging their tails. Not to mention that Chu Yang didn't expect it. How could they expect it? Chu Yang's laughter was too ear-piercing to them. Only, the two of them exchanged a glance, then continued to stiffen their faces, bending their waists, and said with an incomparably flattering smile, "Wild Dog, in the past, we were wrong. You are a great person. Please spare our lives." You? How magnanimous was His Excellency? I'm already an adult. I'm magnanimous. Huh. Chu Yang laughed like crazy. This was too ironic. He could imagine how aggrieved the two of them were right now, and how much they had to endure. The word wild dog had subconsciously become a habit for them. Their disdain for people from the eastern wilderness was so deep that it was incurable. Even so, the two of them still spoke humbly and flatteringly. The scene was too beautiful. How could Chiang not smile? It was a pity that the two of them didn't know how to beg for mercy. They didn't even know how to kneel down. They didn't even realize that he was a wild dog. In addition, Chu Yang could also imagine how crazily these two people would take revenge in the future if he let them go. I am an adult, and I am magnanimous, but I refuse. After Chu Yang was done laughing, he said seriously, "I just want the two of you to do something desperate. What can you do?" After a pause, he mocked them even more. "Please give me a wonderful answer." He was really looking forward to how the two of them would react. You, Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang were so angry that their faces were red and their teeth were clenched. They were already like this, but the wild dog still didn't let them go. This reaction was too unprofessional. Chu Yang felt bored again and said coldly, "Why? You can't hold it in anymore? Is this how you beg for mercy? How ridiculous. You want me to let you go, and then you want to stab me with a knife? A white knife and a red knife out?" Chapter 14:14. I swear, wild dog, as long as you let me go, spare my life. If I dare to harm you, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Xiong Longxiang endured the humiliation, raised his hand, and swore. Seeing this, Xiao Chang'e also did the same. Wild dog, I can also swear that if I harm you in the future, I will die a horrible death. Ha! Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh loudly again. The fun was here again, but he was laughing and angry at the same time. They swore to him and actually called him wild dog in front of him. What kind of bullshit oath was this? Chu Yang was so angry that he laughed. This was an epic level of ugliness and clumsiness. After laughing until Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang were too ashamed to show their faces, he sneered and said, "Do you need me to tell you two how to beg for mercy?" First, he raised a finger. "I'll let you two die with a clear understanding. When begging for mercy, no matter what, the first thing you have to show is respect. On this point, you two are too bad. Do I need you to constantly remind me of your disdain for me?" After saying this, he looked at the two with even more sarcasm. "When you were begging for mercy, you kept calling me wild dog. Tell me, don't you two deserve to die? Wild dog." Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang's faces instantly turned pale. They finally understood why Wild Dog was laughing so crazily. It was because they were too laughable. Second, Chu Yang pointed at their knees and continued, "When you were begging for mercy, your knees were always this hard, hee. Huh. There was another explosion in their minds. Just now, the two of them should have knelt down to beg for mercy. But how could they do it? Although on the surface, they had put down their pride and self-esteem, In their bones, they had never given up, even though their pride and self-esteem were already shattered. Are these two reasons enough to let you two die with a clear understanding of why? Chu Yang's emotionless voice made the two of them shudder involuntarily. Chu Yang, I am a member of the Qingquan party. If you kill me, are you not afraid of offending Qianzi? Xiong Longxiang knew that begging for mercy was useless, so his tone was firm. At the critical juncture of life and death, both Xiong Longxiang and Xiao Chang'e were extremely clear-headed. Hence, Xiao Chang'e also smiled coldly and said, Chu Yang, you killed my grandfather. Do you know how many people you have offended? I can tell you clearly that my grandfather is proficient in alchemy and has a good relationship with many people in the Sky Academy. He paused, raised his head, and said to Chu Yang with incomparable arrogance, my grandfather and the Sage Master were childhood friends. Do you understand what I'm saying? Sacred Master? Chu Yang was a little surprised, but he didn't take it to heart. He said casually, and then, if I kill you, the holy teacher will be even angrier, right? Oomph. Xiao Chang'e snorted coldly. Chu Yang, this isn't something that can be described as anger. I was brought up by the Sage Master since I was young. You can say that I'm his grandson. If you kill me, humph, he still wanted to continue. He directly pointed at Chu Yang with his finger and sneered. Wild dog, in your words, the Sage Master is very angry, and the consequences are very serious. Disdain, high and mighty, complacent, and awe-inspiring. Chu Yang was angered again. He was so angry that he laughed. He suddenly shrank back and said sarcastically, I'm so scared. You scared me to death. I don't care. He directly acted recklessly and pointed at the two of them. You scare me to death. You have to compensate me. Wild dog, you still dare to do this? Xiao Chang'e's face became ferocious again. The index finger that pointed at Chu Yang pointed at Chu Yang again. Wild dog, I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. An incomparably shrill scream instantly resounded throughout the bottom of the ice cave. Chu Yang finally couldn't tolerate this idiot. Chapter 14:15. Bang! His index finger broke, and white bones could be seen as fresh blood splattered. Xiao Chang'e was very decisive. Like a lizard that had its tail cut off, he endured the intense pain and broke his index finger to escape. Chu Yang used his spirit chi as a shield to block the fresh blood, so not a single drop landed on him. He only watched coldly as Xiao Chang'e escaped and didn't have any intention to chase after him. Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang. The two of them were merely two chickens in a cage to him. You what? Chu Yang sneered. Sacred Teacher is very impressive. I can tell you clearly that when I was in Seven Wheels Devil region, I chased him around like a little dog. Eastern Wilderness 002. Wild Dog was Eastern Wilderness 002. He was actually Eastern Wilderness 002. It was earth-shattering. When Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang heard this, they were extremely astonished. Only now did they realize that their enemy was actually such an existence. Bei Qinxing and Li Shangsan were the supreme prodigies of Stars Academy and Myriad Elephant Academy respectively. One was an extreme realm practitioner, while the other was a divine arts practitioner. If they weren't a match for them, how could they be? Chu Yang more or less knew about their astonishment. He only stared at Xiong Longxiang with a cold smile. This thing, the so-called Heaven and Earth Party, the so-called Qianzi, you still have the cheek to use it to scare me. When we were in the Eastern Wilderness, I killed your Heaven and Earth playthings like slaughtering dogs. Qianzi also didn't hesitate to chop them down. Why would I be afraid of your Qianzi, the so-called dog fart Qianzi you speak of? You are that wild dog that stole the origin of Qianzi's dimensional world. Xiong Longxiang's body trembled violently, as if he was struck by lightning. He looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. Qianzi had a spiritual imprint that entered the Eastern Wilderness in an attempt to seize the Eastern Wilderness. However, it failed in the end. Not only were all the members of the Heaven and Earth Party wiped out, but Qianzi's spiritual imprint was also wiped out. The origin of the dimensional world that he had painstakingly collected was also stolen. How much effort did Qianzi expend to obtain the source of the dimensional world? Qianzi did not hesitate to offend the 5 great academies of the East Continent and was blamed by the Sky Academy. In the end, he even had to leave the East Continent temporarily and go to the East Continent to avoid the limelight. Xiong Longxiang was naturally aware of this matter. However, he had never expected that the culprit who caused Qianzi's failure would actually be standing right in front of him. He swore that if Qianzi knew about this, he would definitely come back and tear this wild dog into pieces. Wild dog! Chu Yang was enraged as he glared at Xiong Longxiang. Even now, you still dare to belittle me? Even if you die, it will be worth it. He did not hide anything and directly stated his purpose. The reason why I'm telling you all this is to inform you that my desire to kill you is unshakable. You can fight with your lives now, and I can use you to test my new sword. I want to see if my new sword is good or bad. The wild dog is such a big secret that anyone who knows will die. Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang were very clear about this, but the wild dog was too much of a bully. The two of us are in the transcendence realm. If we join forces, it's hard to say who will die. You're being arrogant too early. Xiong Longxiang knew that there was no way he could escape today, so he completely threw caution to the wind. He did not expect Xiao Chang'e to be able to kill Chu Yang, but as long as one of them could escape, no matter how powerful the wild dog was, he would definitely die. That's right, Xiao Chang'e said ferociously. Wild dog, if your identity is exposed, I'll see how you die. The Sage Master will be the first to come after you. Huh? Chu Yang laughed loudly. That's right. You two can attack now. Wild dog, give me your life. Wild dog, go to hell. Chapter 14:16. Once upon a time, whether it was Xiao Chang'e or Xiong Longxiang, they were confident that they could kill the wild dog if they fought with Chu Yang. Who would have thought that they would have to join forces to deal with the wild dog today? Even if the two of them joined forces, they were still not completely confident. The moment they made their moves, the two of them were in a trance. They lamented the changes in the world, which were completely out of their expectations. But now, how could they care about these things? The two of them merged with their Dharma idols. Xiao Chang'e's desert was golden yellow. The wind and sand swept over, drowning everything. Suddenly, the surrounding cold air disappeared, as if it had all merged into the desert. After the ice on the cave wall disappeared silently, there was a rustling sound behind the ice layer. The soil and stones on it were quickly dehydrated and turned into sand. The sand rustled down, the incomparably shocking power of wind. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky. Xiong Longxiang's Dharma idols was the dragon elephant martial soul. Its head was a dragon's head, but its body was a divine elephant. Its huge limbs were like heavenly pillars that suppressed hell. Above the dragon's head seemed to be heaven, as if it was the embodiment of heaven's will. Amipa! Bursts of Sanskrit chants resounded. Buddhas sat cross-legged on the backs of the elephants, appearing one after another. The might of the Buddha was endless, sweeping over like a tidal wave. Ha, good one. Chu Yang was not surprised, but happy. He himself was not clear about the level of his real combat strength. This was a good opportunity to test a part of it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void around him buzzed. In an instant, with him as the center, a light shield appeared, enveloping both Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang. Domain. Wild dog, I thought you had some tricks up your sleeve. You actually plan to use your domain to deal with the Dharma idols? Xiong Longxiang was immediately overjoyed. Xiao Chang'e even sneered. How ridiculous. Domain is like a piece of paper in front of the Dharma idols. You have the nerve to show off. I think you're the one who doesn't know what's good for you. Huh, Chu Yang chuckled. Gentlemen, I've just said that I'm using you to test my saber. Please take this seriously. After all, I still have a lot of sabers to test. This was definitely the truth. Chu Yang had thought of using the domain to deal with Dharma laws long ago, but he had never had the chance to try it out. Dragon elephant suppression, break for me. The bear, dragon, and elephant were furious. The dragon and elephant Dharma idol stood up and stomped toward Chu Yang, ignoring the domain. Rumble. The void trembled, and the domain instantly became unstable. It suddenly expanded like a balloon, and a monster suddenly appeared, wanting to burst the balloon. Desertification. Xiao Chang'e roared. Countless golden sand shot out from the desert spell like thousands of arrows, covering the sky and covering the earth as they pierced towards Chu Yang. Very good. Chu Yang was overjoyed. Soon after, with a thought, another buzzing sound rang out and another domain appeared, blocking in front of him. However, it was like a wall being hit by a sledgehammer. With a boom, it was quickly smashed apart. If 2 domains are not enough, then I'll use more. Chu Yang frowned. The 7 worlds of the 7 souls in his body all appeared. In an instant, the light in his body surged out like a flood, spreading in all directions, making the cave very bright. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this time, along with the buzzing sound, 1 domain after another appeared. In just an instant, 19 domains appeared. In addition to the previous 2 domains, there were a total of 20 domains. Chapter 14:17. Rumble. Xiong Longxiang and Xiao Chang'e used their transcendence arts to attack. After breaking through the 3 layers of domains, everything came to an abrupt end. They could only sense that Wild Dog's domain was like one whirlpool after another, more like swamps. All of their great power was sucked away like heavy objects, all of them sinking into it. What? How is this possible? Wild Dog, is this still a domain? How can he have so many domains? 7 soul wheels can only form 7 domains at most. Furthermore, they need to be stacked together to be stable. What is with the Wild Dog's domain? Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang were so shocked that they forgot to attack. They stared dumbfoundedly at the indifferent Wild Dog not far away from them. The Wild Dog's domain had already exceeded their knowledge. In an instant, they felt as if they had stepped into an extremely strange country. Everything was incomparably strange to them. They felt as if they had barged into a demon's den. They were extremely terrified. Chu Yang ignored the 2 of them. He lowered his eyes and carefully sensed his domain once again. The feeling just now was like a shield. It was incomparably firm, but it was both hard and soft. Once he felt that he couldn't block it, the domain seemed to turn from a shield into cotton wool and cushioned away a great amount of power. It seems that I have underestimated my divine, demon, martial soul. I have also underestimated myself. I have also underestimated the Lord of Light and the Dark Demon Emperor. After he advanced to the 8th level of the spirit realm, not only did he have a qualitative change, but his domain also had a qualitative change. Therefore, even if he didn't use any arrays or the divine demon martial soul to transform his domain into the domain of divinity and the domain of demons, it was still extremely shocking. It is also possible that it is because I have a great understanding of space-time that caused the domain to undergo such a change. Chu Yang quickly opened his eyes again and said to Xiong Longxiang and Xiao Chang'e, "Why are you in a daze? Why didn't you attack me while I was distracted?" "Attack my ass." At this moment, the 2 of them had just recovered from the great shock. You possess 21 souls." Xiong Longxiang's voice was trembling. Although Xiao Chang'e didn't say anything, he was even more terrified than Xiong Longxiang. Logically speaking, only those who possessed 21 spirits could unleash 21 domains. But how could a person possess 21 spirits? What's there to be shocked about? Chu Yang looked indifferent. He was no longer interested in the 2 people who were scared out of their wits. He said indifferently, "I'm not a fool. If I didn't have any backing, how could I dare to be so presumptuous in the Sky Academy?" After saying that, he laughed at himself. No matter what kind of world it is, only with absolute power can you do whatever you want and be presumptuous, right? The 2 of them were so frightened that they couldn't speak. Only now did they realize their own stupidity. Wild Dog was not an idiot. Everything he did was savage. He scolded the heavens, scolded the earth, scolded the heavens, scolded the earth, and scolded the heavens. He did not care if others rolled their eyes, mocked him, or hated him. Just as Wild Dog had said, if he didn't have the ability, he wouldn't have dared to be so presumptuous. Unfortunately, they discovered it too late. There are some extremely simple truths that could only be understood after paying an extremely heavy price. The original bullshit was actually the absolute truth. Plop! Xiong Longxiang suddenly knelt down directly in front of Chu Yang. Although he was in the void, it was no different from kneeling on the ground. I surrender. I'm willing to surrender. Xiao Chang'e was caught off guard and felt extremely lonely in an instant. He looked at Xiong Longxiang in astonishment, feeling incredulous. Xiong Longxiang actually knelt down in front of a wild dog and even kowtowed 9 times. Chapter 14:18. Xiong Longxiang didn't answer, but a tiny figure that looked like him flew into Chu Yang's forehead from between his eyebrows. This was his soul imprint. If he handed over his soul imprint, his life and death would be controlled by Chu Yang. Chu Yang was delighted. This made him happier than killing Xiong Longxiang. Xiong Longxiang was a member of the Heaven and Earth Party and a genius of the Sky Academy. His submission was more impactful than anything else. He became frivolous when he was happy. He cupped his fists at Xiong Longxiang and said, "Little bear, please take care of me in the future." Little bear. With a bang, Xiong Longxiang fell directly to the bottom of the cave from midair. He was really provoked by the words little bear and was almost in a mess. When he raised his head to look at Chu Yang again, it was as if he was looking at a magical thing. However, after thinking for a while, it didn't seem too bad. After all, his future master didn't seem to treat him like a slave. Forget it, I'll bear with it. Xiong Longxiang sat at the bottom of the cave in frustration. It was too late to regret now. However, Xiao Chang'e couldn't accept his actions at all. Xiong Longxiang, are you crazy? Are you actually going to be a slave to a wild dog? Xiao Chang'e mocked Xiong Longxiang. One must know that Xiong Longxiang had called Chu Yang a wild dog just a moment ago. But now he was kneeling down so smoothly, like a puppy that had been given a pet name. He gladly accepted such humiliation. Little Chang'e, what do you say? Surrender or die? Chu Yang looked at Xiao Chang'e with a sneer. He was very unhappy with Xiao Chang'e's actions. When it was his turn, Xiao Chang'e was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Xiong Longxiang's actions had a great impact on him, so he almost wanted to follow suit. There was a great urge to surrender in his heart. However, when he recalled that his grandfather had been killed by Chu Yang and all sorts of other things, he immediately obliterated this restless desire to make a move. How could he, Xiao Chang'e, submit to a wild dog? Wild dog. Do you think I'm like Xiong Longxiang, a spineless lowlife? Oh. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. Although he realized that it was difficult to win the respect of the people of the East Continent by killing, and he wanted to balance kindness and authority, it didn't mean that he could tolerate everyone. The reason why he tried to subdue Xiao Chang'e was because he wanted to use a specific example to tell others that as long as they admitted their mistakes and submitted to him, there was still a chance. Since Xiao Chang'e didn't care about such an opportunity, then what else was there to say? Chu Yang was not a patient person. Plaything, then I'll ask you to continue showing off your pride. Being ridiculed by Xiao Chang'e, Xiong Longxiang naturally found it somewhat unbearable. Therefore, he suddenly felt extremely conflicted in his heart. However, when Chu Yang spoke, the scales in his heart tilted once again. Xiao Chang'e was going to die a horrible death later on. So why bother? Ha! Hearing this, Xiao Chang'e directly laughed out loud and pointed at Chu Yang again. Wild dog, you talk big, but if you don't dare to kill spineless people like Xiong Longxiang, do you dare kill me? You're afraid of offending Qianzi, but aren't you afraid of offending the sage teacher? Xiong Longxiang's eyes widened. He was shocked by Xiao Chang'e and looked at him in astonishment. Xiao Chang'e's logic is too amazing. What does a surrender have to do with this? So it's like this. Chu Yang said coldly, if you don't submit, then you'll die. Control the heavens and the earth. Buzz. He covered Xiao Chang'e with his big hand. In an instant, the void became water, and the side of the void where Xiao Chang'e was it could be seen clearly. It was as if the water was put into a transparent container and was completely cut off. Then the water inside suddenly froze. Chapter 1419. Heaven and Earth Control. Xiong Longxiang stared blankly at this scene. This was a technique of the soul amalgamation realm. How could it be used against someone of the transcendence realm? But now, everything was turned upside down. Everything was turned upside down by the wild dog he spoke of earlier. This was too shocking. In his master's hands, domain and heaven and earth control had become completely different. It was completely different from other people's. His new master was the most special one. He was so special that he didn't know how to describe it. Even Qianzi couldn't do this. Little Bear, we're both in the same boat. This saint understands your feelings and deeply sympathizes with you. At the same time, I'd like to remind you that you must pay attention to and strengthen the three-character classic. Now, this saint will teach you the three-character classic. Hashtag $%, hashtag $%. A string of curses entered their ears, and the Xiong Longxiang were petrified. Was this the so-called three-character classic? But what shocked him the most was that the owner of this voice actually called himself this saint. What's going on? A saint? Xiong Longxiang was almost scared to death. Following the consciousness he sensed, he carefully asked, "Excuse me, you tisk." As soon as he opened his mouth, a Kuan fish appeared in his spiritual world, revealing its saint-level aura. Naturally, this was the ice Kuan. It said disdainfully, "Little Bear, you dare to doubt this saint? This is an eye-opener for you." After that, it continued to lecture, "Why are you so surprised? With such a master, what can a saint do? You'll still fall in the end. This saint is much smarter than you. Let me remind you to be careful and not make master uncomfortable. Otherwise, you can imagine what master will do." A great chill rushed out from the soles of Xiong Longxiang's feet. In an instant, he was frozen stiff and shivering. A Kuan fish, and a saint level 1 at that. It really was a saint. There was no way he would mistake such an aura. There was no doubt that it was a saint. Xiong Longxiang was completely speechless. He looked at Chu Yang with incomparable respect from the bottom of his heart. The original shame and confusion had all disappeared. Even a saint had to surrender, so he was nothing. He looked again at the imprisoned Xiao Chang'e and let out a long sigh in his heart. He couldn't help but look over with a sidelong glance and said disdainfully to himself, "This really is a fool. Who are you calling boneless, you bastard? Why don't you take a look at what kind of ferocious person you're facing? Even a saint has been killed by him. Who do you think you are, Xiao Chang'e? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are?" At this moment, Bing Kuan was already asking for credit from Chu Yang. "Master, little Kuan, I want to educate the newbie just now. The newbie will definitely prostrate himself before you in the future and will not dare to have any disrespectful thoughts. Little Kuan, you've improved. You actually managed to comprehend Chu Hang's treachery so quickly. Not bad, little Kuan, you have a bright future. Little Kuan, you adapted very quickly. I am very pleased. The saber and sword martial spirit and the flood dragon martial spirit." First, Chu Yang congratulated the ice Kuan. The ice Kuan was so angry that it almost fainted. "After being taught a lesson by you, Grandpa Kuan still doesn't know how to flatter? Do you really think I'm an idiot?" Huh. When Chu Yang heard that Bing Kuan was asking for credit, he immediately laughed out loud. He didn't know exactly what Bing Kuan had done, but he could imagine. Bing Kuan was at the saint level. As long as he appeared, there was no need to say anything. He would be able to show that his 13 points were in place. He immediately transmitted his voice. "Little Kuan, I will remember your contribution." Chapter 1420. Xiong Longxiang didn't understand Chu Yang's sudden laughter. He also didn't understand why Chu Yang didn't make a move after controlling Xiao Chang'e until Chu Yang spoke. "My ability to control the heavens and earth has now been verified. I hereby announce it." Chu Yang was in a good mood. He cleared his throat deliberately and said, "It's as easy as playing with a Dharma characteristic cultivator. Criminal detention." A black hole suddenly appeared in his palm, releasing a huge suction force. Instantly, Xiong Longxiang saw Xiao Chang'e's soul fly out and directly enter Chu Yang's palm. Bang! As Xiao Chang'e exploded silently, Xiong Longxiang's pupils shook again. Chu Yang's move scared him again. Chu Yang could actually directly detain Xiao Chang's soul. Even a saint fell in his hands. It seems that he still has many secrets. If I don't want to die, I must be obedient and not cause any trouble. Xiong Longxiang looked at the exploding Xiao Chang'e in the void. The sky was filled with blood and flesh. This time he was really glad. Fortunately, he surrendered. Otherwise, he would have died in vain. Just like Xiao Chang'e, sad and pitiful. In the end, he didn't even know what kind of horror he had offended. Little bear, you stay down there first. I'm going to show off. Little bear, remember to flatter master when it's about time to make it easier for master to recruit people. But most importantly, don't forget to remind master that I taught you to be obedient. One was Chu Yang's voice. The other was the Ice Kuin's voice. After being speechless for a while, Xiong Longxiang suddenly understood and was shocked again. The reason why the Ice Kuin was so kind and specially reminded him, a pitiful person, was actually to flatter Chu Yang. Hiss! Xiong Longxiang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and immediately burst out. You hashtag $%. How terrifying is my master now? Even a saint is racking his brains to flatter him. Boom! While Xiong Longxiang was cursing, Chu Yang rushed out of the frost cave like a dragon from the abyss and floated in the air. Wild dog! In an instant, roars exploded. Chu Yang glanced around and saw the Soul Sage, the Dharma characteristic sage, and the Nirvana sage. Their eyes were as red as a rabbit's. They gritted their teeth, clenched their fists, and stared at him. In another two places, Lu Yunpeng and Xiao Wanjin were also staring at him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The five of them moved together and surrounded Chu Yang in an instant. Now they worse or dies. Or die, death. Or die. Behind them, the Soul Sage's words. SSSE? Is TS? Haven't I taught you enough of a lesson? Chu Yang's voice was like a sword as he pointed at the frost cave. Then, I'll remind you again. Think about the two people who just went down. Boom! The five of them felt their minds explode. Previously, they had sensed the movement at the bottom of the cave, but they thought that it was Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang who were fighting with the wild dog. They never expected that the wild dog would emerge victorious. Two Dharma characteristic realms weren't a match for a mere spirit stage. How is this possible? Have you thought it through? Chu Yang didn't give them much time and said coldly, Give me an answer, or I'll kill you. Wild dog, so what if you can kill people who are two realms above you? So what if you're amazing? Chapter 14:21. Upon hearing this, Sage Merged Soul's eyes lit up. What happened in the Land of Frost did require an explanation. Wild Dog's amazing performance was a good explanation. He immediately said sinisterly, Wild Dog, I didn't expect you to be so useful. Should I thank you? Be careful. Sage Nirvana was extremely vigilant. His nerves were tense as he locked onto Chu Yang's every move. Xiao Wanjin and Lu Yunpeng were also a little nervous at this time. The Cave of Frost was extremely dangerous. Wild Dog might have obtained a great opportunity in it, which was why he could kill Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang. Chu Yang took in the reactions of the five people and then began to comment with a smile. Sage Fa Xiang and Sage Merge Soul, did you two old dogs just say that it's not that you're too incompetent, but that I'm too cunning? Then he looked at Sage Nirvana. You're not completely stupid. After a pause, he commented on Xiao Wanjin and Lu Yunpeng, praising them. As expected of the two of you who wanted to fight me one-on-one. Until now, you still haven't said anything. Your stupidity is very high, at least much higher than the three old dogs. Finally, he folded his arms and said to the five people, Now, please enjoy my performance. Wild Dog, are we stupid or are you stupid? Only idiots have such confidence. Sage Merged Soul and Sage Fa Xiang said almost at the same time. Chu Yang's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, like a fierce tiger staring at a lamb. He looked coldly at the two of them, anger surging in his heart. He originally planned to test his skills on these five people. However, at that moment, he was in a good mood, but the barking of the two old dogs completely ruined his mood. Test my ass. Why can't I test my skills at any time? You want to know who's stupid? Grandpa will tell you now. Chu Yang's killing intent surged. He could no longer tolerate these two old dogs. They had no enmity with him, but they kept chasing after him. Huh. Sage Melted Soul laughed and said, a wild dog. Come on, wild dog. Tell me, who is the fool, me or you? The Dharma sage pointed at his own head and sneered, Wild dog, my head is right here. Cut it off if you can. If you can't cut it off, I'll cut off your dog head. Chu Yang looked at the two of them and thought to himself, when I get old, I can be shameless, but I definitely can't be as ugly as these two old dogs. An elder should act like an elder. I'll satisfy you. The moment Chu Yang finished speaking, the five of them tensed up and paid close attention to Chu Yang's actions. They wanted to see what Wild Dog would do and what abilities he had. However, the Wild Dog did not move at all. Wild Dog, Kuang Yin has been released. Why don't you make a move? Ridiculous. I'm waiting for a wild dog like you to bite. The two old dogs continued to bark. Suddenly, the Sage Melted Soul and the Dharma Sage heard a voice behind them. It was the same voice and the same content. I've already made a move, haven't I? As soon as his voice fell, the two of them felt as if something had slipped past their necks. Then, they felt as if their heads were being held by someone's hand. They suddenly turned around and saw Chu Yang looking at them coldly. Then their heads were twisted again. The Sage Melted Soul and the Dharma Sage saw their own headless bodies. Blood spurted out crazily from their broken necks like a fountain. Is my head cut off just like that? Chapter 1422. Bang Bang. The soul-merging sage and the Dharma idol sage looked at their headless corpses and collapsed at the same time. The sound was very clear because only the sound of their bodies falling down could be heard. Besides that, the heavens and the earth were deathly silent, and there wasn't the slightest sound. The soul fusion sage and the aspect sage were still in disbelief. They looked at the Nirvana sage and realized that the Nirvana sage was convulsing violently as though he was having an epileptic seizure. It was as though he was about to foam at the mouth. The two of them were worried for him. They also saw Xiao Wanjin and Lu Yunpeng. The two of them had the same expression, as if they had seen a ghost, as if they had seen a peerless beauty. They were dumbstruck. They were in the same frozen posture. Fear, shock, and surprise were mixed on their faces, making them look rather comical. The soul-merging sage and the Fa Xiang sage couldn't help but laugh. But when he saw the sneer on the corner of Chu Yang's mouth, his smile froze on his face. Is it funny? It wasn't just one voice, but three. However, when the soul-merging sage and the aspect sage wanted to turn around, they realized that they couldn't. At this time, they seemed to be sure that their heads were really cut off. They were still in a daze. Until now, they still didn't know how Chu Yang cut off their heads. Want to see what's behind you? I'll satisfy you. Chu Yang's voice rang in their ears again. However, they clearly felt a pair of hands turning their heads. Then, they saw Chu Yang again with a sneer on his face. Just in time, I can ask you now. The two Chu Yang spoke at the same time to the Sage Merged Soul Sage and the Sage Fa Xiang. Old dog, am I stupid or are you stupid? Old dog, you asked me to cut off your head, and I did. But is there a reward? It was only at this moment that a shocking scream like that of a pig being slaughtered rang out, resounding throughout the world. Slap, slap. After a few slaps, the scream stopped. The two Chu Yang spoke at the same time. Old dog, are you satisfied now? How do you have two clones? The soul-merging sage and the Dharma aspect sage's voices trembled in disbelief. They were both horrified and confused. If they knew that the wild dog had two clones, they wouldn't have been so careless. They only stared at one spot and allowed the wild dog to succeed. They weren't the only ones who were horrified. Even the Nirvana sage, Xiao Wanjin, and Lu Yunpeng couldn't understand. The wild dog was only at the 8th level of the spirit realm. How did he have two clones? This didn't make sense. The divine demon twins were much more heaven-defying than what Chu Yang had imagined. From their expressions, Chu Yang could feel it. Although Xiao Chang'e and Xiong Longxiang were also shocked, they didn't show it as vividly as they did now. Naturally, he wouldn't explain. The two clones spoke at the same time. Now, I'll ask you one last time. Will you submit or die? I want you to submit, not because I like you, but because I hate you. Chapter 14:23. The three voices weren't very loud, and they didn't deliberately use their cultivation to support them. They just spoke in a flat tone, but to Nirvana Sage and the other four, every word was like a sudden clap of thunder that buzzed in their consciousness. At this moment, they faced Chu Yang as if they were facing a temperamental tyrant. Don't doubt my words. Chu Yang threw back the heads of Sage Merge Soul and Sage Fa Xiang. Let them connect their heads and put away the God's Devil avatar. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the five of them. I met a monk who said that I had killed too many people and my hand was stained with blood. Although I didn't mind, I wanted to stop it. So this is the reason why you are still alive. This was the truth. Chu Yang had killed Sage Merge Soul and Sage Fa Xiang, so he was afraid that he would continue to kill people in the future. However, such a threat was not effective enough, so he had to change his mind and use a more effective method. Xiao Wanjin and the other four were still speechless. But miraculously, they found that they did not doubt Wild Dog's words. They were certain of one thing in their hearts, the existence that had been like a dog in their eyes. If he wanted to kill them now, it would be as easy as killing chickens or ducks. There was no difficulty at all. The five of them didn't say anything, so Chu Yang was a little impatient. Now, please tell me your answer. In addition, let me remind you one last time. Don't think that my patience is unlimited. After killing you, I can still make others submit to me, and I can still wipe out everything. He finally looked into the distance and said with great certainty, "Believe me, no one in the East Continent can stop my rise. The final result is only a question of how many people will die. I am a master of the East Continent." Chu Yang felt that he had changed. This was not confidence, but learning to see the good side. Getting along with the good side and seeing the good side, he naturally had godlike confidence, mysterious confidence. He didn't need to base his confidence on a certain success and prove himself again and again. He was originally a pessimist and a conspiracy theorist. He often saw the ugliest side of things, thought that life was difficult, worried about the future, and tried to control every step of his life. Living like this was very tiring, and if one didn't live in the present, one would never be a happy person. He had been like this in his previous life, and he had realized this very early on. However, change was so difficult, and he had only just made some changes. Don't hesitate. In the midst of the dead silence, a voice suddenly interrupted. It was like a huge rock being thrown into a calm lake, splashing up huge waves and ripples spreading out in all directions. The voice came from the cave of ice. Nirvana Sage and the other four couldn't help but look over. They heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Then they saw Xiong Longxiang. The moment Xiong Longxiang came out of the cave of frost, he saw Chu Yang and bowed. Xiong Longxiang greets the Lord. A smile appeared on Chu Yang's face. He felt a faint sense of accomplishment. His restraint, his change, and his forced adjustment of his plan were not for nothing. "Little bear, I don't have so many rules here. Don't be so cheap in front of others in the future." "Yes, my lord." Chapter 14:24. Xiong Longxiang was equivalent to Little Bear. The five of them were stunned. How did a genius like Xiong Longxiang end up like this? "Don't look at me like that." Xiong Longxiang didn't feel humiliated. He said, "When you can reach my level, maybe you'll realize that your choice wasn't wrong." "Of course." He laughed mockingly. "You can also be like Shao Changa, have backbone and pride, and sleep in the grave with your nobility." Xiong Longxiang didn't look at the five of them. He said directly to Chu Yang, "Master, I'm following Kuan Sheng's orders to help you subdue people. Please remember Kuan Sheng's contribution, and remember this little bear's name too." Xiao Wanjin and Lu Yunpeng looked at Xiong Longxiang in disbelief. They were blinded by his shameless smile. How could they not know that Xiong Longxiang was so arrogant that he didn't even submit to the two of them? But now he was acting like a villain in front of the wild dog. "Huh, Chuyang didn't hide anything when he saw the expressions of Xiao Jin and the others. He laughed loudly. Little bear, your appearance is indeed very useful. Even if it wasn't, your loyalty is still very good. This is for you. I hope you can understand it. Chuyang pointed at Xiong Longxiang's forehead. Immediately, the fragrant elephant crossing the river, which cut off the flow of people, was transmitted into Xiong Longxiang's mind. Xiong Wanxiang's eyes lit up. Fragrant elephant crossing the river was related to Buddhism. He realized that this move was a great killing move and also an endless movement skill. In the deduction, it could even cross the starry sky, which made him tremble. Thank you, Master. Xiong Longxiang knelt down sincerely this time. He had the dragon elephant martial spirit. When he used the fragrant elephant crossing the river, it would be even more shocking. So this is what it means to distinguish between reward and punishment. Grandpa can actually feel it one day. Chuyang was overjoyed. He pretended to be magnanimous and said, Little bear, it's nothing. You don't have to worry about it. Your master has many secret techniques. Actually, Chuyang was bleeding. The Xiangxiang River crossing seemed simple, but he had learned it back when he was in the eastern wilderness. However, along with the enlightenment of his martial way and the improvement of his Destiny Twin's martial soul, he had completely deduced this fragrant elephant's crossing the river into a new martial art. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a secret technique. Moreover, there was still a lot of room for improvement. According to his deduction, fragrant elephant crossing the river could break through the void and achieve teleportation. Xiong Longxiang naturally couldn't see through Chu Yang's feelings, but the fragrant elephant crossing the river instantly filled his body with strength, which immediately made him roar at Nirvana Sage and the others. Why aren't the 5 of you submitting? I can tell you clearly that if you don't submit today, you will definitely die. However, I will also label you as a fool. Xiong Longxiang had completely become the wild dog's lackey. The pupils of Xiao Jin and the others shrunk. Little bear, don't make it seem like I'm the one asking them to submit, understand? Chu Yang's patience was completely worn out when he saw that the 5 of them didn't express anything. He suddenly chuckled and said, which made Xiong Longxiang quiver. Going too far is as bad as falling short. Whether Xiao Jin and the others submit or not, it was none of his business. He almost flattered the horse's leg. Little bear, count down from 3 for me and then hide far away. Don't hinder me from killing. Yes, master. Xiong Longxiang gladly accepted the order and walked out in large strides. He sneered at Nirvana Sage and the others and directly started the countdown. 3, 2. Chapter 1425. I admit defeat. I'm willing to surrender. Seeing that Xiong Longxiang was about to finish his countdown, 2 voices immediately rang out. To Nirvana Sage, Lu Yunpeng, and Xiao Jin, every voice that entered their ears was like a bolt of lightning that struck them. The 3 of them looked at Soul Merge Sage and Fa Xiang Sage in astonishment. They couldn't believe their eyes. The 2 of them were so arrogant in front of the wild dog. They constantly clamored and were humiliated by the wild dog. Even their heads were cut off. But now, the 2 of them were the first to compromise. Perhaps, the 2 of them experienced such humiliation and deeply felt the terror of the wild dog. No matter how deep the experience was, it was definitely not as deep as the experience. The 3 of them felt that this might be the difference between the 2 of them. In other words, Soul Merge Sage and Fa Xiang Sage were scared out of their wits, which was why they made such a stupid decision. But how could they know which was the right choice? The 3 of them couldn't see through Chu Yang, the wild dog. They didn't know how strong this wild dog was. But if they made the wrong choice, their lives might end immediately. Since you've admitted defeat, then hand over your soul imprint. Xiong Longxiang laughed. Don't think that I'm mocking the 2 of you. In the future, the 2 of you will realize how wise your choice was. Soul imprint. Soul Merge Sage and Fa Xiang Sage were stunned, but they understood that this was the only way Chu Yang would let them go. Nirvana Sage and the other 2 were absolutely unable to accept this. If they handed over their soul imprints, they would be at the mercy of the wild dog. Okay, Soul Merge Sage and Fa Xiong Sage gritted their teeth and handed over their soul imprints. They were completely terrified. Anyone who had their head cut off would be frightened. Of course, the two of them had their own reasons. Chu Yang was only at the spirit stage, but he was able to create 2 clones. How heaven-defying was that? Chu Yang accepted their soul marks, and his mood instantly became extremely good. With these 2 old guys, he would have 2 spies among the higher-ups of the Sky Academy in the future. He would be able to grasp most of the higher-ups of the Sky Academy and be the first to detect danger. Nirvana Sage, Lu Yunpeng, and Xiao Wanjin, if they don't submit, then all of them will die. Chu Yang thought to himself. He couldn't tolerate these 3 people ruining his plan, and he couldn't allow them to reveal his secret. He threw Lu Yunpeng and Xiao Wanjin aside and asked Nirvana Sage, "Nirvana Sage, what is your choice? Do you choose to live or die?" The world seemed to have suddenly quieted down. There was no sound at all. The Nirvana Sage trembled. He knew clearly that his next words would determine his life and death. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. If the wild dog wants to kill me, I'm afraid I won't be able to escape even if I'm in the Nirvana realm. Why did Xiong Longshan compromise? Why did he revere the wild dog so much and even take pride in being a dog? What is the reason behind this? And what is it that allowed him to do this? Could it be that the wild dog is really that amazing? Is Xiao Chang'e dead? Am I the next Xiao Chang'e, and my 2 friends are going to become Xiong Longxiang? If I don't hand over my soul imprint, I can't win the trust of the wild dog. Chapter 1426. Do you agree? With His Majesty's existence, the East Continent is destined to change. This is a fact that is about to come. We didn't get any benefits from discriminating against the Eastern Wilderness. Why should we sacrifice our lives for this? There's a cause and effect. His Majesty attacked us because we were in the wrong in the first place. We can only blame ourselves for this outcome. We have to pay the price. Chu Yang looked at this scene and couldn't help but ask himself, if I were a Nirvana Sage, would I be able to compromise? How would I persevere with dignity and pride? He might not necessarily have a smooth journey in his life. It was inevitable that he would encounter setbacks. Perhaps one day, he would encounter such a situation. When would he choose to die or choose something else? If I was in the wrong in the first place, like a Nirvana Sage, perhaps I should be able to compromise? There are many choices in life. However, when faced with different choices, the results would be completely different. A serious illness in life is just a word of pride. This sentence was said by Wang Yangming, a master of mind studies and the first echelon figure in the ancient philosophy world. Sometimes pride is the biggest stumbling block and the biggest pit in life. The Nirvana Sage's current struggle had a lot to do with his pride. Regarding pride, Chu Yang had suffered a lot in his previous life. At this time, he couldn't help but think of a person like Wang Yangming and related things. Because he was greatly affected, he remembered very clearly. At that time, the powerful great eunuch Lu Jin abused his power and wantonly arrested the ministers who opposed him. Wang Yangming couldn't stand it and offended Lu Jin. Lu Jin was furious and gave Wang Yangming 40 beatings and demoted him to the remote savage land, where he was a rank 9 post house officer. Wang Yangming dragged his bloody body to take up his post. On the way, Lu Jin sent people to assassinate him. Wang Yangming finally escaped by pretending to jump into the water to commit suicide. During this period, he went through all kinds of suffering. If one didn't experience it personally, who would understand the feeling? If that was the case, Chu Yang wouldn't have such a deep understanding of it. A serious illness in life is just a word of pride. Such a sentence wouldn't have such a great agreement. If Wang Yangming was a positive example, then there was one person who was a negative example. Tang Bohu. These 2 people's backgrounds and experiences were extremely similar, but their later life paths were completely different. After Tang Bohu suffered a setback, he abandoned all restraint and lived a depressed life. He passed away in poverty. However, Wang Yangming became a great master of the school of mind. He established his virtue, made contributions, and became one of the three immortal sages. Tang Bohu's official position was stripped, and his career was cut off. It was as if he had been sentenced to death. This was a heavy blow to Tang Bohu. As an outsider, it was difficult for Chu Yang to understand, but he only needed to know one thing. Tang Bohu was an extremely proud person. If you humiliate me, I will definitely not give you a good face. I will definitely go against you. There will be no compromise, and there will be no cooperation. Therefore, when Tang Bohu was stripped of his official rank and sent to the county yamen to be a minor official, he was determined not to go. From then on, he began to be cynical and playful. On the other hand, even if Wang Mingwen was just a small official, he still worked hard to do a good job. In addition to his job, he even educated the local natives according to the local customs and received great support and love from the people. It was also during that period of time that Wang Yangming, who was facing adversity and difficulties, combined with his own experiences and reflected on himself. One day, he suddenly came to a realization in the middle of the night. He realized that the way of the saint was to be self-sufficient, and to seek reason from it would be a mistake. This was known as the Dragon Field Enlightenment. Chapter 14:27. One cannot be Tang Bohu, one must be Wang Mingwen. Chu Yang secretly said in his heart. He hoped that in this life, he would no longer be burdened by the word pride. Suffering a little setback, he would not have fun anymore, thinking that the whole world had let him down. If he was like that, he did not have Tang Bohu's level of talent, abandoning all restraint and living a drunken life. He suddenly could not help but laugh out loud. Not refining golden pills, not meditating, not working as a merchant, not plowing the fields, writing a painting to sell when you're free, not making evil money in the world. Sage Nirvana, is this your choice? Chu Yang's sudden laughter made Xiong Longxiang and the rest somewhat confused. He also did not explain. This was Tang Bohu's poem. The carefreeness in it vividly displayed Tang Bohu's pride. Wang Yangming also wrote a poem before. Dangerous plains are not stagnant in the chest. What is the difference between floating clouds and space? At night, the sea waves are 30,000 miles. The moon is flying under the tin wind. Prosperity or adversity, all are like floating clouds in the sky. Sailing on the 30,000-mile sea is like riding a monk's staff and riding the wind, as delightful as galloping down from the top of a mountain. The two people's structure and realm. From the two poems, superiority and inferiority was immediately determined. If Chu Yang was the sovereign king now, then Sage Nirvana's current situation could also be said to be Tang Bohu or Wang Mingwen. It just depended on whether he wanted to be Tang Bohu or Wang Mingwen. To be honest, Chu Yang was now somewhat curious about Sage Nirvana's choice. Of course, Sage Nirvana and Tang Bohu's situation was only somewhat similar, but not the same. Otherwise, Chu Yang might be able to clearly know how many people fell for this word pride. I'm willing to submit. Time was very short for Chu Yang, but it was incomparably long for Sage Nirvana. After saying that, Sage Nirvana knelt down towards Chu Yang and handed over his soul imprint. I'm a little surprised by your choice. This was the truth. Chu Yang was indeed somewhat surprised. He did not know the process of Sage Nirvana's choice in his heart. To be precise, he now somewhat admired Sage Nirvana. To be able to put down his dignity and pride, this was absolutely not easy. I just don't want to die. This answer made Chu Yang slightly stunned, and then he laughed involuntarily. So what if he handed over the soul imprint? As long as he was alive, there was still hope for him to break free from the shackles. Only a fool would think that this was the end of the world and that there was nothing left to live for. Chu Yang laughed heartily once again and said to Sage Nirvana, Sage Nirvana, you have used your actions today to teach me a good lesson. You must have an unyielding backbone, but don't be so arrogant. With that, he looked at Lu Yunpeng and Xiao Wanjing. I'm also very curious about your choices. Let me see if you're dragons or worms. It was as if a hot potato had been handed to Lu Yunpeng and Xiao Wanjing. Xiong Longxiang and the others all looked at the two of them, waiting for them to make a decision. Lu Yunpeng's answer surprised everyone, including Chu Yang. Chu Yang, if you want me to surrender, you must at least convince me. He pointed at Chu Yang and provoked. Do you dare to fight me head-on? Do you dare to fight me head-on? If I lose to you, I will naturally have nothing to say and will surrender. Lu Yunpeng was still questioning Chu Yang's strength and talent. His pride did not allow him to surrender to a mediocre person. As for the so-called head-on battle, the implication was that Chu Yang should not launch a sneak attack. He should not use the method that Chu Yang used to deal with the Soul Fusion Sage and the Aspect Sage. To be exact, Lu Yunpeng wanted Chu Yang to fight with him with his cultivation at the 9th level of the Spirit Stage. If Chu Yang could defeat him, then why wouldn't he surrender to such a person? This was Lu Yunpeng's true intention. In an instant, the ball was in Chu Yang's court. Would Chu Yang agree to Lu Yunpeng's provocation? Chapter 1428. In the silence, Chu Yang looked at the expectant gazes and couldn't help but laugh. He looked at Xiong Longxiang and the others. You want to see if I'm qualified to be your master, right? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll let you see what kind of person I, Chu Yang, am. To make people submit, one must have the corresponding strength. Chu Yang naturally understood this principle. He was still confident in dealing with Lu Yunpeng, so he might as well let them see, lest they were dissatisfied and play tricks behind his back. He even clearly sensed that Xiong Longxiang and the others were all delighted after he accepted Lu Yunpeng's challenge. Lu Yunpeng's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his fighting spirit was high. He laughed loudly. Wild dog, you're arrogant enough. Let me see how capable you are. Chu Yang sneered. Lu Yunpeng, I'll allow you to do whatever you want now. But if you dare to be disrespectful to me after losing to me, I'll definitely kill you and destroy your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. After that, he said to Xiao Wanjin, what about you? But what about Lu Yunpeng's choice? You'd better make it clear, or I don't mind killing you first. Same. Xiao Wanjin's eyes suddenly emitted 2 beams of golden light. They were like 2 divine weapons as they fiercely stared at Chu Yang. They were extremely sharp. As long as you can convince me wholeheartedly and prove that you're qualified to be my master, what harm is there in submitting to you? Good, huh? Chu Yang laughed again. Great, then it's settled. He wasn't the least bit worried that Lu Yunpeng and Xiao Wanjin would go back on their word. If they did, he could just kill them. Wild dog, if no one watches the battle between you and me, no one will know the outcome. It'll be like walking in the night. Do you dare to fight in front of others? Lu Yunpeng provoked again. Hee. Chu Yang laughed. It's time for me to show some of my skills. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble. Because of this, I will satisfy you. After a pause, he laughed out loud and said, I'll fight with you. I'll let everyone in the Sky Academy see how powerful I am. Wild dog, cut the nonsense. Otherwise, you'll look bad if you die in my hands. Lu Yunpeng's cold eyes swept over. As long as you have the ability to make me regret. Chu Yang sneered and then mocked. Kneel down in front of others and call me master. I wonder if you can bear it when the time comes. Can you do it? Don't worry, I can do what I say. Lu Yunpeng's eyes were filled with aggression. He sneered and said, Wild dog, this will be your stupidest decision. I will personally cut off your path to life and destroy your soul. I will make you die until you can't die anymore. Chu Yang didn't bother to bicker with him. He said directly, lead the way. Let's go to the place you're satisfied with. Humph. Lu Yunpeng sneered and said to Xiao Wanjin and the others, Gentlemen, come with me to see my might, see how I defeat the wild dogs. How can we miss such a battle? Xiao Wanjin said, Lu Yunpeng, choose a good place. If you can't do it, I'll do it. At that time, don't make me feel that no one wants to see my power. The Nirvana Sage also said, I'm also looking forward to this battle. I want to see if my choice is wrong. The Soul Melting Sage and the Fa Xiang Sage also nodded. In fact, they also wanted to know whether Chu Yang was qualified to be their master. Xiong Longxiang laughed. I can't wait for this battle. I can't wait. Then come with me. Today, I'll kill Wild Dog and show it to you. Lu Yunping's hair fluttered in the wind, revealing his killing intent. Chapter 1429. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In an instant, all of them broke through the air. As soon as they left the Cave of Frost and arrived outside the Land of Frost, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. The fact that Chu Yang had returned was a huge surprise in itself. So, the people who saw him were very astonished. Among this group, there were Sage Merged Soul, Sage Dharma Aspect, and Sage Nirvana. Lu Yunpeng, Xiao Wanjin, and Xiong Longxiang were all people who attracted attention. Moreover, the three of them were with Chu Yang. Therefore, there was no need to say more. Chu Yang's group was very fast. In a short time, they arrived at the center of the Land of Frost. Below them was a verdant and lush forest. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and majestic mountain ranges rose and fell. Am I seeing things? Isn't that Chu Yang? Didn't Chu Yang leave the Land of Frost? What's going on? Is he back, or did he not leave at all? Why is he with Xiao Wanjin and Lu Yunpeng? Looks like something big is going to happen. Voices of surprise rose and fell. Many people unconsciously followed behind Chu Yang. At this time, Lu Yunpeng said, "Everyone, I will fight with Wild Dog. If I lose, I will recognize him as my master. Please spread the news." Lu Yunpeng's voice was extremely loud and clear, echoing in all directions. After he finished speaking, he continued, "I also have to trouble everyone to send someone out to inform the people outside. I will let you see who is stronger between me, Lu Yunpeng, and Wild Dog." Boom! Immediately, the crowd burst into an uproar and exclaimed, "What? If Lu Yunpeng loses, he'll have to recognize Huang. Recognize Chu Yang as his master? What kind of agreement did Chu Yang and Lu Yunpeng reach? Or is this just a simple bet? If Lu Yunpeng is like this, what about Xiao Wanjin and Xiong Longxiang? Why haven't I seen Xiao Chang'e? Could it be that Xiao Chang'e didn't participate in such a matter?" Just by hearing these words, everyone had a lot of guesses. And such a thing naturally caused a stir in the entire Frostland. The students who were participating in the assessment in order to improve their marks gathered in the shortest time possible. However, the number of people was sparse, appearing to be very few. It could be said that Chu Yang's previous actions had indeed turned the world upside down, resulting in such an outcome. Umaba. Hearing this voice, everyone saw a person approaching and immediately exclaimed, "Little Zen Master F.A. Zhao is here." How could Little Zen Master F.A. Zhao not come to such a battle? Not long after, a beautiful figure and a little lowly also flew over. Immediately, there was a burst of exclamations. "Fairy Ji is here too." Speaking of Ji Yinming, everyone's feelings were a bit complicated. After being defeated by Chu Yang, such a fairy actually pestered Chu Yang and asked him to take responsibility. After hearing such a thing, many people's eyes fell to the ground. Among them, there were even many people who were envious and jealous. If they had known that they could get Fairy Ji in this way, they would have done it long ago. Unfortunately, they also had to have the ability to defeat Fairy Ji. Otherwise, not only would they not get the beauty, but they would also die in the hands of the beauty and become a great joke. They would be despised even after being buried in the ground. The battle between Lu Yunpeng and Chu Yang spread out from the Frostland, causing great waves in the Sky Academy. What was more exciting was that if Lu Yunpeng lost, he would have to recognize Chu Yang as his master. Chapter 1430. The parrot and the others also knew because someone had specially come to inform them. The parrot expressed its heartfelt gratitude to the person who came and then cursed loudly. "Scammer Chu, you bastard. You're really going to stir up trouble on your own again. You're trying to show off your might, and you even tricked this divine bird into leaving Mighty Storm. You're too shameless." The parrot stomped its feet, full of resentment. Chu Heng had shown off his power countless times, and every time, he was the center of the matter. As a divine bird, it had never done so until now. Chui Xinho, Hao Haodong, and Olajing had long been accustomed to this kind of unscrupulous parrot and completely ignored it, but they were still worried about this change. Has the eastern wilderness been discovered? So he has no choice but to fight with Lu Yunpeng. The three of them were not worried that Chu Yang would lose to Lu Yunpeng because that was simply impossible. However, they were worried that Chu Yang would be heavily besieged. It would be difficult for two fists to fight against four hands and would die an unnatural death. Because Chu Yang had opened the seal on the passageway, Sima Jian was able to draw in the power of the world of gods into his body. He had gained a lot of enlightenment, so he was actually a little moved by the battle between Chu Yang and Lu Yunpeng. He wanted to take a look. He wanted to see what kind of changes Chu Yang had undergone in such a short time, and whether or not Chu Yang could freely use the myriad god world's martial system. If this was confirmed, Sima Jian felt that it would be of great benefit to him. The heavenly soul world and myriad god world's martial system were like the opposite of life and death. And with this, he had gained great enlightenment and breakthrough. His enlightenment came from Chu Yang, so Chu Yang's changes should be able to touch him again and let him gain enlightenment. But he endured. He could temporarily leave the passage, but he absolutely could not enter the land of frost, a subworld like this. Otherwise, if he was trapped in the land of frost, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he died, Chu Yang's life would not be guaranteed. The seal on the space-time passageway was his last resort. Therefore, he could only sigh inwardly at the fact that the parrot and Hao Haodong were heading to the land of frost. Gong Sunlong was the first to receive the news. To be precise, he was one of the first to receive the news. This was because he had been paying attention to the land of frost. He had been paying attention to the wild dog Chu Yang's final outcome. The facts also proved that his original judgment was not wrong. The wild dog was indeed in the Cave of Frost. Because of this, while the members of the Cosmos Party were in awe of Gong Sunlong, they were also filled with admiration for him. However, he was somewhat uncertain. There were only two possibilities for such news. Firstly, Nirvana Sage and the others didn't have the ability to kill Chu Yang. In the end, things had turned out this way because Chu Yang had given them a chance. Secondly, Lu Yunpeng let his emotions affect his decisions. He wanted to fight with Chu Yang and ruthlessly trample on him. Only after humiliating Chu Yang's dignity to the extreme did he kill him. These were two completely different outcomes. If it was the first, then Wild Dog Chu Yang would be shocking. After all, the Soul Fusion Sage, the Dharma Characteristic Sage, and the Nirvana Sage were all at the Nirvana realm. The fact that the wild dog could escape from their hands was enough to show how terrifying the wild dog was. Therefore, when the members of the Cosmos Party asked him if he wanted to watch the battle, he was somewhat hesitant. In the first case, it would be useless even if he went. If it was the second case, why should he go? What was there to see about a dead dog? What's there to see about watching a person kill a dog? A stray dog isn't worthy of me doing this. Chapter 14:31. It was already noon in the land of frost. The sun was hanging high in the sky, like a furnace sprinkling scorching light from the sky. The poisonous sunlight was roasting the earth. Chu Yang and Lu Yunpeng were both hovering in the air. They had to wait for enough people to arrive and let everyone see who was more powerful, so the battle had not yet begun. Below the void was an endless mountain forest with towering mountains, valleys, and undulating ravines. This was a very primitive area. In the mountain forest and in the sky, there were already many people watching the two people in the field, and more people were rushing here. The people coming from afar were originally noisy, but when they arrived, they could not help but close their mouths tightly. It was very quiet. There was no sound of people, only the sound of the wind. There were some movements in the mountain forest from time to time. Everyone was waiting for the battle to begin. This was the focus of the battle. Chu Yang and Lu Yunpeng were the two top geniuses of the Sky Academy. They had a conflict before, and it had evolved until now. Finally, it exploded and could not be stopped. Lu Yunpeng had been famous in the Sky Academy for a long time. He was half human and half demon and had amazing talent. He was an amazing genius. Everyone knew that he was powerful, and they also knew that there was a sage behind him who was terrifyingly powerful. Few people dared to confront him. Chu Yang had been in the Sky Academy for less than a year, but because of his identity in the Eastern Wilderness, he had already done many amazing things in the Sky Academy. Every one of them had caused a sensation, and everyone knew that he was an extremely powerful figure. It could be said that since Chu Yang entered the Sky Academy, everything he had done had a great impact. He had surpassed many geniuses and completely overshadowed them. Now, there was probably no one in the Sky Academy who did not know him. The scorching sunlight poured down, making Lu Yunping's entire body seem as if it was cast in gold, shining with a brilliant radiance. In his eyes that were filled with stubbornness, the golden light was so bright that it was almost impossible for people to open their eyes. At this moment, he no longer concealed himself. His eyes were incomparably wild and extremely awe-inspiring. His gaze was like two blood-red lightning bolts that shot out from hell. Once they came in contact with his gaze, they fiercely drilled into his soul. His murderous intent surged like the sea in his mind. On the other side, Chu Yang stood in the void. His black hair danced in the wind like a white cloud floating in the air. That kind of calmness was not enough to describe it. It was leisurely and at ease, as if he was not waiting for a life and death battle, but just a game that was about to begin. Lu Yunpeng's formless aura surged over, but he was only able to block it. It was as if a shore had blocked the endless waves. Before the battle had even begun, such an aura made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their hearts and minds were cold. Lu Yunpeng's powerful battle intent and terrifying killing intent were too shocking. Crack! Suddenly, one of the mountains below couldn't withstand the confrontation of the two chi and cracked open from the top. It was as if a bolt of lightning had appeared on top of it. Under the impact of the huge fluctuation, a huge crack instantly tore open on the mountain. The scene was terrifying. Boom! Among the mountains, the taller mountain below the two of them had dozens of boulders directly shatter. Then, the peak of the mountain collapsed. Amidst the rumbling, rubble flew through the air, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. It was a gloomy scene. The collision of the two auras was mainly caused by Lu Yunpeng's killing intent. At this moment, if someone entered it, they would probably explode. Chapter 1432. At this moment, the forest was in chaos. The beasts within the forest could sense the great terror. They were extremely frightened and fled in all directions. There were even many beasts that were so frightened that they prostrated themselves on the ground and trembled. Flutter! The birds also fled in all directions and soared into the sky. They wanted to leave this terrifying place. However, some of the birds were weaker. In their panic, they accidentally entered the dangerous area and immediately collapsed. It was as if a flower of blood had bloomed in the air. Their bodies and souls were destroyed on the spot. In the end, nothing was left except for a bloody mist that floated in the air. Chu Yang's actions had provoked Lu Yunpeng too much. This was the reason why his killing intent was so fierce. It was like a sword that could destroy everything. Anyone who entered would be destroyed. This Lu Yunpeng is truly terrifying. Just the killing intent that he released is already so terrifying. He hasn't even made a move yet, and it's already like this. What would happen if he made a move? That Chu Yang is even more frightening. He easily blocked the terrifying killing intent. I really don't know how he did it. He's only at the 8th level of the spirit stage. If we knew why he was so terrifying, then so many people wouldn't have died. He would have died long ago. Screeched just at this moment. Lu Yunpeng let out a roar towards the sky. Instantly, the forest below shook. The trees trembled and leaves fell down. The entire forest was instantly filled with endless killing intent. Wild dog, it's about time. Are you ready to die? Lu Yunpeng's voice was like a sword. When it entered everyone's ears, they couldn't help but feel a great fear in their hearts. Chu Yang glanced at the surroundings. Looking at the surging tide of people, he laughed. There are enough people here. Today, I'll use you to show off my might. He didn't put Lu Yunpeng in his heart at all. He cupped his hands towards the crowd and said, "Everyone, today I will fight with Lone. Watch my might carefully. If you were to die by my hands in the future, don't feel wronged." Amiba. Young Zen Master Fa Zhao put his palms together and said, "Almsgiver Chu, you should have done this long ago. Brother-in-law, you're awesome." The little lowly Ji Nin's immature voice attracted countless gazes as soon as she spoke. Everyone watched as she clenched her small fists and said, "Beat that idiot into a pig's head. Show my sister what you're capable of, and she'll be more willing to bear your child." Whoosh, whoosh. Ji Ming was faced with countless gazes. Her face immediately burned and turned red. Fortunately, she was shrouded in a layer of fog, so no one could see her clearly. However, at this moment, she really wanted to tear Ji Nin's mouth apart. However, she had to admit that if this bastard Chu Yang displayed his extraordinary strength, the pressure on her would be greatly reduced. Thus, she did not make sound. As for her worry, it was absolutely unnecessary. Did she need to worry about this bastard Chu Yang? Without absolute confidence, this bastard would not fight. Like Ji Ming, Chu Yang was unhappy when he heard Ji Nin's instigation. At this moment, Chu Yang's face almost collapsed. He suddenly remembered that he had to be responsible for Ji Ming. Needless to say, his mood was complicated. Wah! How could there be no parrot in such an occasion? If the parrot did not make a sound, it would not be a parrot. It laughed in an extremely arrogant manner. "Chu Hang, I'm warning you. This is definitely the last time you show off your might. Next time, it will be me." Chapter 1434. All of you shut up. Lu Yunpeng was furious. Chu Yang was looking down on him too much. He directly warned everyone, "What does it have to do with you? The reason I let you see is to let you see how the wild dog dies at my hands. Do you understand?" Chu Yang didn't say anything and let Lu Yunpeng do what he wanted. Soon, Lu Yunpeng's cold eyes stared at Chu Yang. "Wild dog, are you ready? Go ahead." Lu Yunpeng's arrogant words made Chu Yang sneer slightly. "Humph." Lu Yunpeng snorted and immediately made his move. His body moved, he raised his hand and slammed his palm down from a distance. The huge palm had strange patterns on it. They were not the patterns of a human's palm at all. They faintly outlined the outline of a great rock and slammed down with a loud bang. It was as if the sky was collapsing. The palm covered the sky, and the infinite power made the world change color. As soon as Lu Yunpeng used this method, Chu Yang began to madly deduce in his mind. He wanted to give Lu Yunpeng a taste of his own medicine, so that he could ruthlessly defeat him. However, for a moment, he found that he couldn't completely deduce this method. From this, it could be seen that Lu Yunpeng's move was absolutely extraordinary. Although Chu Yang didn't use the divine demon martial soul, his deduction ability was definitely not bad now. At least, he could easily use the parrot's copy ability. After all, his current divine soul was extremely powerful. At the same time, in his spiritual world, the scene was amazing. The rock spread its wings, reached thousands of miles in an instant, and grabbed a hole in the sky with its claws. This was the profound meaning of Lu Yunpeng's move. "You break the sky, I'll mend the sky. Let's see who's stronger." Chu Yang moved his mind and directly used the Heaven Mend seal. The barrier of the sky appeared in front of him in an instant, and Lu Yunpeng's palm covered an area of about an acre, making the void rumble. Lu Yunpeng's move amazed many people. Even Sage Merged Soul and the others were shocked. They felt that Lu Yunpeng seemed to be able to fight with them. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The giant hand that covered the sky slammed down on the heavenly barrier. With a loud bang, the void trembled. Immediately, there was a loud, buzzing sound as a huge wave rushed out. The ripples in the void were like huge waves that rushed in all directions. For a moment, the battle between the two people couldn't be decided in an instant. But in everyone's perception, the winner had been decided. Lu Yunpeng's big hand made people feel wild and domineering. When the big hand fell, it was as if the sky was collapsing. However, people felt that Chu Yang's method was more unfathomable. The barrier was like the sky, as if Lu Yunpeng was tearing the heavenly Tao, and he was repairing it. It gave people a mysterious and wonderful feeling, as if they were observing the great Tao of heaven and listening to the sound of the great Tao. It was easy to destroy, but difficult to repair. Lu Yunpeng's pupils constricted slightly. Suddenly, the big hand he used suddenly changed. His index finger pointed at the barrier of the sky, and with a swoosh, a golden sword chi rushed out. It was as majestic as a pillar, and the sword chi swept across the sky, crazily cutting the barrier of the sky. But it was useless, as if a wooden sword was cutting iron stone. Lu Yunpeng's expression froze. He was in the transcendence realm, and among his various methods, he used spiritual power, while Chu Yang used spiritual energy. However, he couldn't break the method formed by his opponent's spiritual energy. If spiritual power was iron, then spiritual energy would be wood. How could an iron sword forged by spiritual power not cut a wooden sword? There was only one possibility. His opponent's wooden sword was made of strange wood. Just this point alone made Lu Yunpeng extremely shocked. He couldn't imagine that spiritual energy could fight against spiritual power, and he knew that he couldn't do it. Chapter 1435. Rumble. After a series of loud explosions, the heavenly barrier shattered. Chu Yang immediately shot out 5 rays of sword chi from his 5 fingers. With a sizzling sound, the 5-colored sword chi instantly sliced through the 5 sword mountains. Chu Yang rarely used the great 5-element sword technique, but it was definitely extraordinary. The next change was the 5-color divine light. The battle between the two was countless times more intense than the previous one. It could be said to be colorful and dazzling. Everyone was unable to control themselves. It seems that Lu Yunpeng does indeed have the bloodline of the Gold Rock. His methods are not simple and are extremely powerful. If I didn't fuse my half-step magic power and half-step divine power, I would have lost instantly and could only use my domain to fight against him. Chu Yang's heart trembled. If he didn't break through and use the divine demon twins, he definitely wouldn't be Lu Yunpeng's opponent. As for the divine demon martial soul, if he didn't use it to kill, he wouldn't have used it in such a situation. If he wanted to show off, he naturally had to show off completely. Lu Yunpeng, receive my attack as well. Mahamayuri. Chu Yang shouted loudly. Suddenly, his arms materialized out of thin air. In addition to his 2 hands, he now had 10 arms. Each of his fingers performed the great 5-element sword technique, and the power of the 5 elements gushed out. Instantly, 50 sword chi rushed out. The sword chi was like a pillar that could destroy everything. Green, black, red, and yellow. The 5 colors were brilliant, and it was very beautiful. Wild dog, since you're a physique cultivator, I'll let you see whose body is more terrifying. Lu Yunpeng responded in an instant. He directly smashed his fist into the 55-element sword pillars. Amidst the explosive sounds, sword chi splashed out, and the 55-element sword pillars were all destroyed, vividly displaying the tyrannical strength of his body. However, his fist was also dripping with blood. Some of the wounds were so deep that even his bones could be seen. But this was already shocking enough. Wild dog, I don't believe that a mere spirit stage like you can fight against me. Die. Lu Yunpeng let out a long howl in pain. Suddenly, he opened his fist into a palm and stretched out his hand. His palms instantly swelled and enlarged. His fingers became longer and thicker, shining with golden light. They curved like the claws of a rock and were incomparably sharp. They were like 5 heavenly hooks that enveloped down. Big-winged gold rock bird. The big-winged gold rock bird is a chicken. Chu Yang had a deep impression of the heavenly rock's wings turning into a pair of chicken wings after arriving in the East Continent. He didn't dodge. When he used his flood dragon martial spirit, it was extremely excited. With a dragon roar, its hand was like a dragon's claw as it met the attack. Clang, clang, clang. Their fingers collided, and it was as if 5 divine swords had collided. Sparks flew in all directions, and a metallic sound exploded. It was incomparably ear-piercing and extremely shocking. Bang! The two of them also began to fight in close quarters. Lu Yunpeng was half human and half demon. His physical body was much stronger than an ordinary person's. Moreover, his cultivation level was higher, so he could instantly display monstrous strength. However, Chu Yang's physical body was absolutely tyrannical. Even if it was a real big-winged gold rock bird, if it was at the same cultivation level, he could still capture and kill it. Therefore, the battle between the two of them was extremely thrilling and intense. Blood splattered everywhere. It could be said that they were evenly matched. The spectators were incomparably shocked. Lu Yunpeng could not be more shocked. Wild Dog's concealment was no ordinary concealment. It had not concealed much at all. If it had revealed its true battle prowess, Lu Yunpeng would probably have been killed instantly. I don't believe that I can't defeat you with this. Kill! Lu Yunpeng roared and became even more frenzied. At this point in the battle, he had no way out. While exchanging blows with Chu Yang, his eyes suddenly transformed into two golden vortexes. They erupted with an enormous suction force that wanted to devour people's souls. In an instant, they tore Chu Yang's spirit out and devoured it. Cut! Chu Yang roared. His gaze shot out like swords and bombarded Lu Yunpeng's eyes. Boom! Endless divine light burst forth. The scene was astonishing. With a swoosh, Lu Yunpeng changed his move again. A pair of golden rock wings unfolded behind him. The golden wings were like heavenly blades, filling the sky with golden light. Do you think I'm afraid of your chicken wings? Chu Yang sneered. He took a step forward with the 5 elements chaotic steps and smashed his fist over. Tens of thousands of rays of divine light collided with the golden wings. In an instant, there was a great explosion. Endless rays of light surged out and drowned the area. The two people behind him were sent flying. Lu Yunpeng felt intense pain in his body. If he didn't rely on his high cultivation level, who knew what would have happened to him just now? Chu Yang's eyes were sharp. If it was someone else, they would definitely be blasted apart by his astonishing strength when he exploded with a power of 180,000. However, Lu Yunpeng was actually able to match him equally in terms of physical strength. This time, he had really met his match. However, he wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, he was a little happy in his heart. Only such a battle could allow him to fight to his heart's content. Everyone present was also shocked by the close combat between the two people. These two people were confident that their physical bodies were unrivaled. They fought to the death, but the result was that they were evenly matched. Lu Yunpeng was still acceptable, but Chu Yang was really frightening. He was actually able to fight Lu Yunpeng to a draw despite crossing such a large realm. It was simply shocking. The method was simple. The condensation of the Dharma idol was actually the condensation of the Godhead. It could be said that this was a huge Godhead in the shape of a devil bird. He used the method of the God's world, so naturally, he could overturn the heavenly spirit world's martial system. What he didn't expect was that it would cause such a big sensation. This made him feel uneasy. He had a feeling that something shameful was about to be exposed. Little lowly, if you talk nonsense again, I will cook you and eat you. Chapter 14:37. At the same time, he sent a threatening message to the parrot. Do you understand formations? If you don't explain it clearly enough, I'll make both of your wings fall into my bowl. How immoral. The parrot was extremely unhappy. Chu Hang pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. In the end, he even made the parrot clean up his mess and turn the tiger into a pig. Chu Hang, have you thought about this divine bird's feelings? Clang. At this moment, Lu Yunpeng saw that Chu Yang was absent-minded while fighting with him. He was jumping up and down because of other things. He was fuming with anger and directly swooped down. As Chu Yang spoke, he clashed with Lu Yunpeng. The rock's claws and the demon's claws collided. The two pairs of wings were like two blades that slashed against each other, bursting with a great amount of energy. The place where the two collided was like an erupting volcano. The glaring light and the surging waves were boundless. This was a duel between transcendents. The two of them were evenly matched and were both sent flying. After all, Lu Yunpeng was in the transcendence realm. His comprehension was more profound. However, Chu Yang had the advantage in the fusion of magic power and divine power. It was completely comparable to a true transcendence. At this moment, the parrot took the opportunity to intervene. It copied Chu Yang and cleared its throat. It opened its mouth and said, "Everyone, the parrot's lecture will now begin. This divine bird, please pay attention to this divine bird. This divine bird will tell you how Chu Hang was able to give birth to a child at the spirit stage." As soon as it opened its mouth, it immediately attracted the attention of many people. After all, everyone wanted to know. First, the parrot stood in the air. It was like Chu Yang with his hands behind his back. It smiled sinisterly and said, "If we want to talk about Chu Hang's transcendence, then we have to talk about Chu Hang's identity as a formation master." Screech. The high-pitched rock interrupted the parrot's words and immediately attracted everyone's attention. As soon as they separated, Lu Yunpeng circled back again. His aura was even more vigorous. His whole body was glittering with golden light, and the sound of the explosion rumbled. The feathers on his body seemed to be made of gold, and they were full of texture. It seemed that he was about to burst out with a big killing move. The parrot didn't care about these things. At first, it didn't care much about the parrot's lecture, but when it thought about Chu Hang, people would definitely have more doubts in the future. As such, its parrot lecture hall specialized in answering and dispelling people's doubts. It was bound to have great prospects. It was widely circulated and left its name in history, establishing an immortal monument. Such a great undertaking was interrupted at the beginning, and it was not going well. It immediately jumped in the air, pointed at Lu Yunpeng with its wings, and cursed, "You stupid little golden chick. Are you in a hurry to make chicken stew with mushrooms? This divine bird parrot lecture hall will be of great benefit to you. Little golden chick, don't you have this little bit of intelligence? Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will be victorious in every battle. Are you deaf? Don't you know? Haven't you heard that your father and mother are also deaf and mute? Little golden chick, you are simply hashtag yin%, hashtag yin%. The parrot exploded and cursed Lu Yunpeng to the point that smoke was coming out of his ancestral grave. He was worse than a dog, and he was even worse than an idiot. His life was a walking joke. It was the greatest miracle of the heavenly soul world that he had the courage to live until now. It was an unprecedented miracle. Its cheap mouth was absolutely unforgiving. Especially its great undertaking, the parrot lecture hall, had been destroyed. Its fighting strength had been off the charts. It had cursed Lu Yunpeng until the god of three corpses jumped in anger. He had temporarily given up on Chu Yang and had turned his spearhead to the parrot. His gaze was extremely cold as he stared at the parrot. The parrot trembled, but hid it very well. It took the opportunity to imitate Chu Yang and said, "This baby is so scared. Little golden chick, you are so scary." Then, before Lu Yunpeng could explode, it began its parrot lecture hall. Everyone, this is the first lesson of the parrot lecture hall. Under the extremely fierce situation of the battle, this divine bird has braved great danger, and with a fearless spirit of sacrifice, I will answer your questions and solve your doubts. Therefore, please listen to this divine bird's concise and comprehensive explanation. It's like this. A long, long time ago, there was a pit in the eastern wilderness. There was a big pit and a small pit in the pit. The small pit asked the big pit about Chu Hang's Dharma idol. Chapter 1438. The parrot successfully stole everyone's attention and became the center of the world. In front of everyone's murderous eyes, it proudly stuck out its small chest and shamelessly said, "This is the so-called concise and comprehensive." You still have the face to say that. Everyone's anger made the parrot even prouder. This is a remake of the story of the temple on the mountain. Many people already couldn't help but grind their teeth. Especially Lu Yunpeng. He really wanted to hear how Chu Yang did it. But don't be disappointed. The parrot swayed and said, "The parrot's lecture must have a perfect beginning." Now I'm going to talk about the main point. Everyone, please give me a round of applause. Cui Xinho and the others wanted to beat the parrot. Luo Xiao, who was in the crowd, really wanted to strip this bird naked and hang it to dry. Lu Yunpeng and Chu Yang's battle. Every detail was incomparably crucial to him. He divided his energy to watch this broken bird play cheap. There was no applause. The parrot was unhappy. It turned its head and acted like a child in a fit of pique. "No applause. This divine bird won't say it even if you beat me to death." You have to know, under what circumstances did this divine bird reveal heaven's secrets? Chu Hang is such a bastard. His anger is definitely not something you can imagine. It became even more indignant. This divine bird's heart is already beating like a drum. The risk is so big, so I might as well not say it. Although this broken bird was shameless, what it said really made sense. Who was Chu Hang, the creator who stripped naked and hung up, who would kill a bunch of people at the slightest provocation? How cruel was that? Revealing his heaven's secrets could indeed be said to be an incomparably dangerous undertaking. But who knew what this broken bird and wild dog were doing? Anyway, they wore a pair of pants together. The parrot was very worried that no one would cooperate with its arrogance. As soon as its voice fell, it hurriedly said, "However, Chu Hang is very hypocritical, loves to show off, and likes to be in the limelight. Maybe this divine bird exposed him like this, and he might be secretly laughing. So everyone, it laughed sinisterly. Hee. Everyone, hurry up and clap. Clap, clap." A sudden round of applause came from Xiong Longxiang. Xiong Longxiang was really curious. He didn't mind cooperating with the parrot. Anyway, he would deal with the parrot in the future. It was better to give the parrot a good impression. Afterwards, Sage Merge Soul and Sage Fa Xiang also applauded. Towards the end, the applause was like a tidal wave. Waha! The parrot's long-cherished wish had been fulfilled, and it let out a strange laugh. It poked Chu Yang with one of its wings. "Everyone, this divine bird has already given you the answer. Chu Hang is a 7th grade array master." Did this mean that the demon bird that Chu Yang had transformed into was an array formation? Many people immediately looked at the demon bird, but they couldn't see anything. Instead, they looked at the parrot suspiciously. The parrot was already asking Chu Yang for help. It said through secret voice sending, "Chu Hang, how should I brag?" Chu Yang squinted his eyes. Seeing that it had explained for him, he gave it a whole set of compliments. While the parrot was listening, it proudly said to the crowd, "If all of you could see it, this divine bird's parrot lecture hall would still need to exist. Chu Hang's trap is thousands of miles deep. It is unimaginable. You are all naive, and all of you are not wearing shoes. This divine bird is too lazy to play riddles with you, because it is like playing the lute to a cow." Chapter 1439. Spell Formation Seal. Lu Yunpeng didn't see it. Xiong Longxiang didn't see it either. In order to curry favor with the parrot, he continued, "My eyes are stupid. Can you explain it to me? An egg gives birth to a chicken. Do you understand?" The parrot looked at Xiong Longxiang admiringly. Chu Hang's spell formation is like a live rooster. Not only can it marry a hen, but it can also give birth to eggs. That was absolute nonsense. Xiong Longxiang was absolutely certain. "Can you explain it in detail?" he asked. "Speak specifically, my ass." The parrot cursed. This divine bird has already spared no effort in understanding such heavenly mysteries. However, this divine bird can give you a hint. How did Chu Hang's spell formation become a spell formation of the 7th rank? Chu Yang really had to hand it to the parrot. The parrot was spouting nonsense. It had cut off bits and pieces of his instructions and tossed the rest aside. In the end, he hadn't been able to complete his explanation. However, with the parrot's explanation, Yang Qi realized that the method of forming virtual godhood could be transformed into a spell formation seal. In that way, the spell formation seal would be even more indestructible. Immediately, He cooperated with the parrot and began to test it out. Faint fluctuations of a spell formation could be sensed from the devil bird. Although they were subtle, the audience was still shocked. Is that devil bird Dharma idol really a spell formation? Isn't that a bit too much of a work of art? How can a spell formation be used to such an extent? He's a spell formation genius. He can transform a spell formation into a Dharma idol, and no one can sense even the slightest fluctuation of the spell formation. Superlative craftsmanship. Spell formations can transform into gold rock, flood dragons, and other such things, but how can it be like this? Spell formation? You believe that? Xiong Longxiang felt a burst of disdain. He was 100% sure that Chu Yang and that lousy bird were fooling people. Humph. Wild dog, I thought you had some amazing trick up your sleeve. You're just relying on a mere spell formation. Lu Yunpeng wasn't sure either, but that wasn't important. What was important was the momentum. As soon as he spoke, everyone fell silent. Chu Yang laughed. So what? A little golden chick is enough to deal with you. If it's not the real Dharma body, how can you be my opponent? Go to hell. Chi. Chi. Under Lu Yunpeng's gold, rock Dharma power, the feathers burst out with a metallic texture. It swooped down at an extremely fast speed. All the feathers on the Dharma power spread out and shot out, bursting out a storm of arrow feathers like a golden sea. Woo woo woo. Each feather was at least a few meters long, like a golden spear. The sharp whistling sound was like thunder. Little golden rooster, is that all you can do? It seems that I could do it too. Chu Yang had experienced similar methods when he was in the eastern wilderness, so he didn't take it to heart. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void hummed. Immediately, the sound of metal breaking stone shook the sky, causing many people's eardrums to hurt. At this moment, Chu Yang's killing intent was shocking. Streaks of sword radiance rushed into the sky like an endless volcano erupting. The sword Qi rushed into the 9 heavens. The feathers on the demonic bird shot out and turned into black swords. They were like demonic swords as they lined up in the sky. Every sword was dozens of feet long, and there was a forest of divine swords. The tips of the swords were cold as they stood upright in the sky. They were all swallowing and spitting out dazzling sword chi, sharp and dazzling. At first glance, there were divine swords everywhere, and the killing intent was dense. This was an awe-inspiring sea of swords, as far as the eye could see. The killing intent was shocking, making people tremble in fear. Xiao xiao xiao. The sound of air breaking rang out. The black demonic sword and the golden spear collided, like a black sea colliding with a golden sea. Clang, clang, clang. The black demonic sword and the golden spear were constantly collapsing and exploding, turning into a rolling energy storm that swept out. In the end, the collision of the two was like two crazy armies, killing each other until there was no one left. Chapter 1440. Little Golden Rooster, I told you, your methods are useless against me. Clang, 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 clang. Chu Yang did the same as Lu Yunpeng. The black feathers on the demonic bird also stood up and turned into black demonic swords. The demonic bird was formed after the desolate demon failed to transform into a Kuanpeng. It was definitely not inferior to the gold rock. Roar! Lu Yunpeng's roar shook the mountains and rivers. Golden spears were incomparably sharp. Rays of light rushed into the sky and pierced through again. This was the gold rock's precious technique. It represented the fierceness and strength of the Gold Rock clan. It was invincible and could destroy all things. In fact, it was also so. The Gold Rock clan was invincible. It was very difficult to meet an opponent. Every spear was shining. The entire spear seemed to be burning. The golden rays of light were benevolent. They pierced through in a dense and dazzling manner. The void seemed to be trembling, as if it had been cut open. Clang, 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 clang. The sword tied on the demonic bird also erupted again. The black demonic swords were like streaks of black lightning. They tore through the sky and collided with the numerous spears. Immediately, There was another dense clang sound. Screech. During the collision, the golden spears were even sharper and more invincible than before. They destroyed all the black demonic swords. However, the demonic sword that exploded suddenly changed. They reformed into demonic birds that were more than 1 zhang long. They cried out in unison, shaking the heavens and earth. Then, endless offensive power completely erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The sky was filled with demonic birds. They were incomparably majestic and filled the entire sky. It was as if an army of demonic birds had suddenly rushed out from a certain space and time. Everywhere they passed, they swept through everything. Under their sharp claws, countless golden spears were all smashed into pieces. In the sky, balls of golden light continuously exploded like fireworks. They were incomparably dazzling and made people completely absent-minded. Lu Yunpeng was furious. The demonic birds were similar to the gold rock. Moreover, Chu Yang used the same technique to fight against him. In the end, the changes produced were even more shocking than his. It seemed that Chu Yang was more proficient in the gold rock technique than him. To him, this was simply the greatest humiliation. Bang! Lu Yunpeng's gold rock Dharma idol opened its mouth and spat out a golden flame. At the same time, it swooped down. Chu Yang wanted to completely defeat Lu Yunpeng. So, he still sat down with him, and the two fought fiercely. Clang! Above the sky, a terrifying storm swept out continuously. It was a sight that made one's heart tremble. The more Lu Yunpeng fought, the more frightened he became. He suddenly realized that he had an instinctive fear of Chu Yang, which was completely suppressed. The demonic birds were more noble than the gold rock, and Chu Yang's bloodline seemed to be more noble than his. The two fought fiercely in the sky, and the clouds in the sky were scattered. This should have been a fierce battle, a battle of life and death, but now it had become very strange. Chu Yang's moves were exactly the same as Lu Yunpeng's. The power that erupted was not on par with Lu Yunpeng's. Sometimes, it was even more shocking than Lu Yunpeng's. This made many people feel more and more shocked. In the end, they all began to speak. What's going on? Is Lu Yunpeng fighting a life-and-death battle with his other self? Does Chu Yang also have the bloodline of the Gold Rock clan? Is he half human and half demon? Otherwise, how can he be like this? Such a battle is simply magical. Can the word magical explain everything? If you don't understand the situation, you might think that the two of them are brothers. Ice Kuan, Xiong Longxiang knew the reason. His master had the Kuan Peng secret technique, so Lu Yunpeng's gold rock secret technique was nothing. Chapter 1441. The parrot didn't care about this. It always wanted to start the parrot lecture again, but it didn't have a chance. The two creatures were fighting too fiercely. In just a moment, Chu Yang and Lu Yunpeng fought at least hundreds of rounds. They fought from the sky to the ground, and then broke the ground. It was as if they were going to fall into the abyss. Then, they rose up and stood in the sky again. Chu Yang had the upper hand. Lu Yunpeng's gold rock Dharma idol was covered in wounds. Its wings were almost scratched off, and blood was flowing from the wounds. The Dharma idol was like a real rock. It was very shocking. Lu Yunpeng, have you had enough? Or do you have any other tricks? Hurry up and use them. Don't waste my time. Chu Yang not only knew everything about the demon bird, but also obtained the complete Kuan Peng secret technique from the Ice Kuan. It was easy for him to deal with Lu Yunpeng's gold rock secret technique. He just wanted to feel the power of half-step Dharma power and half-step divine power, and the combination of the two. Now that he got the answer, he didn't want to continue. How do you know the gold rock secret technique? Lu Yunpeng's eyes were like two spears. It was as if he wanted to see through Chu Yang. He stared at Chu Yang with a murderous intent. Chu Yang wouldn't tell him the real reason. He said casually, pay him back in his own coin. Little golden rooster, have you heard of this before? Pay him back in his own coin? Lu Yunpeng narrowed his eyes. If Wild Dog could do this and fight back using other people's methods, what kind of method was this? How shocking and terrifying was that? He couldn't help but ask, "Is this your divine power?" Chu Yang laughed in his heart and continued to bluff. "I won't bully you like this. This is not a divine power, but a technique that I'm about to create. I'll take all the techniques in the world for my use. I'll be the only one in the world, and I'll make life as lonely as snow." Wild dog, what an arrogant tone. When Lu Yunpeng saw that he couldn't get anything out of him, he was completely enraged. He bared his white teeth and sneered. "I guarantee that you will never have the chance." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, an extremely fierce, murderous aura suddenly erupted between heaven and earth. The aura spread out, causing the bodies and souls of those who felt it to involuntarily tremble. At this moment, everyone felt as if a prehistoric giant beast had broken through time and space and arrived in this world. Its endless murderous intent swept through the sky. Everyone was incomparably shocked. Soon, they knew the source of this baleful aura. In Lu Yunping's hand, a pitch-black long saber had appeared from time to time. It was nearly 1.5 feet long and emitted a dense black light, frightening one's soul. Tian Peng Manic Blade. This is Tian Peng Manic Blade. Lu Yunpeng actually took out the Tian Peng Manic Blade. The Heavenly Rock Berserk Blade is a saint weapon, a saint-level weapon. Everyone's expression changed. Those who were weaker turned pale and directly knelt on the ground. Whether it was Xiao Wanjin, the Soul Fusion Sage, the Dharma Sage, or the Nirvana Sage, they were all greatly shocked at this moment. This was especially true for the Soul Fusion Sage and the Dharma Sage. If Chu Yang died, they would also die. The Tian Peng Manic Blade, also known as the Tian Peng Demonic Blade, was the demonic weapon of Sage Peng behind Lu Yunpeng. It had killed countless people. Corpses piled up like mountains and rivers of blood. No one knew how many creatures had been killed by it. It was said that no less than 10 saints had died because of this saber. This legendary blade of slaughter was now in front of everyone's eyes. It flashed with a cold light, like a murderous demon in a deep slumber. Its murderous aura soared to the sky. That kind of aura made people's hair stand on end. It was even more frightening. A saint's weapon. This was troublesome. Chapter 1442. How can he fight? Haha, the wild dog is dead for sure. That's right. Let's see how the wild dog can continue to be so arrogant. This is a sage's weapon. No matter how strong the wild dog is, he will still die. Retribution is inevitable. The wild dog's retribution has finally arrived. What retribution? The reason why the wild dog could be so arrogant before was because he picked on the weak. Now, let's show him what is wrong. After the people in the sky recovered from their shock, they let loose and began to clamor. Previously, they didn't dare to call Chu Yang a wild dog. However, now that they called him a wild dog, they no longer had any scruples. Chu Yang's performance was too shocking. Let's not talk about what happened in the past. Just look at what was in front of them. He was only at the spirit realm, but he was able to fight against a law phase realm expert. He could even condense a law phase. Just this point alone was enough to frighten many people. Such a person was simply too awe-inspiring. However, all of this would no longer exist. Although the wild dog was strong, the person he met was even stronger. Even a sacred artifact had been taken out. What could the wild dog do? Are you afraid? Lu Yunpeng sneered and looked at Chu Yang with ridicule. Chu Yang didn't say anything. He had heard from Shangguan Lan that Lu Yunpeng had a sage's weapon, but he didn't expect it to be true. Oomph. Lu Yunpeng sneered. Wild dog, don't worry. It has been sealed. It will only increase in strength as I level up. He gently wiped the blade with his hand and said, although it doesn't have its original power, it is enough to kill a wild dog like you. I will never let it be humiliated by me. The Heavenly Rock Manic Blade was a demonic weapon that the Rock Sage had refined for his entire life. As the descendant of the Rock Sage, how could Lu Yunpeng allow the Heavenly Rock Manic Blade to taste defeat in his hands? The Heavenly Rock Wild Blade has indeed been sealed. At this time, Xiao Wanjin also deliberately spoke up and mocked Chu Yang. Wild Dog, you can rest assured that Rock Sage will definitely not let Brother Lu rely on external things too early. Chu Yang couldn't help but glance at Xiao Wanjin. He sneered inwardly. Do you all really think that you could defeat me? Chu Yang did not know much about Tian Peng Wildblade. Not many people present knew how terrifying it was, but there were rumors that it was incomparably heavy, and only saints could lift it. Therefore, this was probably the only way to seal it so that Lu Yunpeng could use it when he was at a lower realm. At this moment, Lu Yunpeng walked out of the gold rock dharma form with the rock blade in his hand. His whole body was as bright as gold, while the rock blade was as black as ink. The two formed a sharp contrast. However, the combination of the two murderous intents was like the waves of the ocean. Too presumptuous. Chu Yang directly poured a basin of cold water over him. Little golden rooster, you'd better not show off in front of me. I'm not very happy right now. Lu Yunpeng was originally like a demon god descending into the world. The golden waves surging around him were extremely domineering. However, when he suddenly heard these words, his entire person instantly froze. He seemed to have forgotten something. Wild Dog was too terrifying. He had not used many shocking moves. However, Lu Yunpeng had already planned his battle with Chu Yang. How could he be so frightened by Wild Dog? What, Wild Dog? Do you have no confidence now? With a clang, Lu Yunpeng directly pointed at Chu Yang with the black rock blade in his hand. It was extremely provocative. The tip of the blade trembled slightly, emitting a buzzing sound. It was as black as ink, like a black hole that wanted to devour people's minds. Chapter 1443. Just how much blood did this demonic blade drink? Just how many lives did it take for it to possess such a heavy, killing intent? Chu Yang thought about how to deal with this demonic blade and immediately thought of the pentagram anti-heaven star and 5-elemental sky ring. I wonder if the pentagram anti-heaven star and 5-elemental sky ring can fight against this demonic blade. If they can fight against this demonic weapon, it will be greatly beneficial to them. The rock blade had been sealed and was only a law phase stage weapon. However, the pentagram anti-heaven star and 5-elemental sky ring were only spirit stage weapons. If they were destroyed by the demonic blade, the power of the pentagram divine light would be greatly reduced. This was something that Chu Yang did not wish to see. The demonic blade in Lu Yunpeng's hands was a bit troublesome. Wild Dog died. While Chu Yang was hesitating, the black rock blade in Lu Yunpeng's hand slashed down. A black tide surged, and a destructive aura surged out like a giant wave. It was as if a demon had been born and was about to slaughter the world. In an instant, the void where Chu Yang was directly slashed open like a tattered picture scroll. It was blown away by the chaotic wind to the point that it whistled incessantly. It was unstoppable and invincible. It can actually slash open space. This blade is truly amazing. Chu Yang's heart trembled. He immediately made up his mind. Even if the pentagram anti-heaven star and 5-elemental sky ring are destroyed, I'll just rebuild them in the future. If I keep them, I'll never be able to improve. Buzz. The pentagram anti-heaven star and the 5-elements heaven circulating ring instantly rushed out like a 5-elements divine diagram. They rushed forward in a hurry and spun at a high speed, making buzzing noises. The peerless sharpness almost cut open the void. The 5-color divine light shone and blocked the attack of the peerless murderous weapon. Clang, 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 clang. The two weapons collided and sparks flew everywhere. It was as if the pentagram wave and the black wave had collided. The clouds in the sky were silently destroyed. Hiss! Everyone watching the battle couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was too amazing. Such a scene made it hard for anyone to believe that it was a fight between a spirit stage 8th level and a transcendent stage 9th level. The rock blade was amazing, but the weapon in Chu Yang's hand was also extraordinary. Who would have thought that Chu Yang would have such a weapon? Only now did it reveal itself. He blocked it. Chu Yang was overjoyed. He had underestimated the 5 lights anti-heaven star and the 5 elements heaven circulating ring. The five elements, mutual restraint and generation, were the most basic principles of the world. How could the two be ordinary when they fused into one? He could even feel the joy coming from the pentagram anti-heaven star and the five elements heaven circulating ring. He couldn't help but smile as he thought to himself, I have indeed let you guys cover me in dust. Five elements weapon? Wild dog. Let's see how many times you can resist. Lu Yunpeng's long hair fluttered in the wind. High in the sky, he once again chopped down with the black rock saber. Every subsequent attack was different from the first attack. There seemed to be some sort of profoundness contained within each attack. However, the pentagram anti-heaven star and the five elements heaven circulating ring also contained the profoundness of the five elements. Under the bombardment, they remained motionless like boulders. Boom! Lu Yunpeng couldn't see any success after several attacks. Immediately, the rock saber in his hand transformed into a black rock that was as large as a mountain. The turbulent fluctuations instantly collapsed the mountain below. The black rock opened its mouth and wanted to devour Chu Yang along with his weapon. The rock saber was a supreme weapon. It contained the profoundness of the rock saint. Not only could Lu Yunpeng display endless ferocity, the rock saber could also attack independently. Clang! Clang! Chapter 1444. The pentagonal anti-heaven star also spun crazily, continuously cutting this terrifying demonic rock. Suddenly, sparks flew everywhere, like endless fireworks blooming there. Chu Hang is probably in trouble this time. Little golden rooster, this demonic weapon, is too savage. Not only does it have the rock sage's profound and inextinguishable fighting spirit sealed, but it can also actively kill. If it is not Chu Hang, who can resist it? The parrot did not have the heart to think about anything else at this time, and was slightly worried. After all, the heavenly rock wild blade was a saint's weapon. Although it was sealed, it still contained the fighting spirit, which was too terrifying. It could pierce through the heaven and earth, sweeping away everything. Just the murderous aura that it emitted was enough to tear apart the mountains below. It was extremely frightening. The parrot was sure that if it was not Chu Yang but an ordinary person, just one attack would definitely kill them, and they would be directly split in half without any suspense. Lu Yunpeng indeed has the qualifications to be arrogant. To be able to control such a murderous weapon at this time, it is indeed extraordinary. In the crowd, Luo Xiu's expression was incomparably dignified. Such a murderous blade was too terrifying. Soon, many people saw the signs. Lu Yunpeng seemed to be planning to exhaust Chu Yang's spiritual energy and weaken Chu Yang's battle strength. When Chu Yang could not maintain it, he would immediately use his killing move. After all, spiritual energy was far inferior to magical power. Although it could resist magical power, the consumption of spiritual energy was absolutely terrifying. Boom! Chu Yang used the heavenly abode, and in an instant, the image of the heavenly abode appeared like a giant sun. He was in the giant sun, as if he was the master of the sun. His aura was completely different, and his aura was many times stronger. The giant sun that appeared from the heavenly abode crazily devoured the power of heaven and earth, sucking away all the spiritual energy in the sky. It made people clearly feel that the endless heaven and earth were surging, and in the end, it was completely transformed into the power of the five elements. In an instant, the giant sun also became a five-colored giant sun. Clang clang. The two fought, and many mountains below were cut down, and one canyon after another was filled up. The wild dog is actually so powerful. His comprehension of the five elements is actually so profound. He can actually fight 600 to 700 rounds with King Lu Yunpeng, who has a divine weapon, without showing any signs of defeat. Too many people were astonished. In this incomparably intense battle, Chu Yang's mastery of the five elements mysteries seemed to be still shaky, and he was at a disadvantage. But soon, Chu Yang's five elements' profound meaning became more and more profound. In the end, They were evenly matched. The two of them were locked in a stalemate, and this fierce battle had already lasted for an hour. Lu Yunpeng is also incomparably terrifying. How difficult is it to drive a sacred tool? Yet, he didn't show any signs of exhaustion, nor did he suffer any backlash from the murderous weapon. In other words, he can already completely control that demonic blade. Everyone was shocked by these two individuals' fighting strength. Countless people felt fear. They were all of the younger generation, so if it was them, they would most likely immediately die. The more Chu Yang fought, the more excited he became. His comprehension of the most simple principles of the five elements mysteries became deeper and deeper. Especially through the feedback from the pentagram anti-heaven star and the five-element circulation heavenly ring, he could almost return to simplicity and display the power of turning something rotten into something miraculous. Lu Yunpeng's Tian Peng Wild Blade was too good of an opponent. The saint's mysteries hidden within gave Chu Yang, the pentagram anti-heaven star, and the five-element circulation heavenly ring the best pressure. The two of them had their own plans, and neither was willing to give an inch. It was difficult to determine who was superior. They fought until the earth shook and the mountains shook. The scene was terrifying, but there was no clear victor. Wild dog, that's enough. I've had enough of you. You actually dared to use me as an opponent in the trial. I won't forgive you. Chapter 1445. Boom! As he roared, the golden hand pressed down, and the mountain peak below instantly exploded. His aura was like a rainbow, and with a roar, the mountains and rivers in all directions moved, and leaves flew in the forest. Gold rock devouring Buddha. Rumble. Boom! Lu Yunpeng's body was surging with an inexplicable aura. Golden light shot up into the sky, and a great sun appeared behind him. In the center was a huge gold rock. Its cold eyes opened, and it was as if a demon god had awakened. Its killing intent was monstrous, and it was terrifying. As soon as the secret technique was used, the world lost its color, the wind and clouds changed, and a terrifying aura spread. Great Sun Gold Rock, little Zen Master F.A. Zhao exclaimed, and then he put his palms together and said, Amit Ba, almsgiver Chu, you have to be careful. The ancient Buddha once subdued a gold rock, but in the end, he was devoured by it and swallowed it alive. In the end, he died. What? Instantly, many people's expressions changed. It was actually such a secret technique that could kill a supreme Buddha. What little Zen master F.A. Zhao said was widely spread, and many people knew about it. In ancient times, a gold rock wreaked havoc in a human world, slaughtering creatures as it wished, and in the end, it was subdued by a Buddha. However, this gold rock's murderous nature was hard to change. It pretended to submit, and in the end, it stole the secret of Buddhism, turned into a great sun gold rock, and swallowed the Buddha's head. The Buddha failed to subdue the gold rock, but he lost his life instead. It was a tragedy that righteousness could not overcome evil. In the end, this even became a warning to Buddhism. So Buddhism no longer taught the secret of Buddhism easily. No one would have thought that Lu Yunpeng actually knew such a secret technique of the rock race. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes slightly. In his previous life, there were similar stories, but there were some differences. The rock and the peacock were born of the same mother. The peacock once swallowed Tathagata into its stomach, and Tathagata was reborn by cutting open the peacock's back. So he respected the peacock as his mother. Therefore, this giant rock became Tathagata's uncle. At this moment, the mysterious veil of this supreme secret technique was lifted. It was a flawless killing technique. The gold rock race used this technique to devour a supreme Buddha in the ancient era. The great sun gold rock moved with Lu Yunpeng, as if it had become one with him. In its sharp mouth, there was a bloody Buddha that looked like a piece of flesh, causing Chu Yang to squint his eyes. Eating Buddha? Then show me how to eat one. Boom! With a thought, Chu Yang visualized the Mahamayuri Dharma idol. Instantly, 10,000 rays of golden light appeared behind him. Amipa. Amidst a Buddhist chant, the head of a Buddha appeared, sitting cross-legged on the body of the peacock. It had 3 heads and 8 arms, and its eyes were filled with anger. Among the 8 arms, one of them was holding a lotus, one was holding the lion seal, one was holding the Aquarius seal, one was holding the spiritual pearl seal, and the rest were holding magic weapons. The feathers of the peacock were 100 feet long, and they were extremely beautiful when they spread out. Endless rays of light burst out, causing the whole world to be filled with the sound of Sanskrit chanting. It was peaceful and quiet. "Umph, wild dog, you are really stupid," Lu Yunpeng sneered. "If the great sun gold rock could eat Buddha in the ancient era, why can't it be done now? I'll eat one for you to see." Screech. Amidst the resounding cries of the rock, 10,000 rays of golden light shot out. The great sun gold rock was moving rapidly, as if the sun was moving according to the trajectory of the sky. Rumble. Chuyang did not make a sound. The void shook, and amidst the loud noise, Mahamri Dharma idol behind him took the initiative to welcome it. Its 8 arms and 8 arms struck out, and its 6 eyes were filled with anger, burning everything. However, as soon as the great sun gold rock arrived, it suddenly disappeared into its own sun. Immediately, the sun turned black and turned into a black hole, devouring all the anger. Mahamiri Dharma idol was also uncontrollably sucked into the black hole. In just an instant, Mahamiri Dharma idol had disappeared completely into the black sun. It was completely devoured. Screech. When the wild and violent cries of the rock resounded throughout the world, the black sun changed again. It turned from black to gold, and endless rays of golden light burst out. Amidst it, the bloody Buddha in the mouth of the great sun gold rock had turned into Mahamayuri Dharma idol. Chapter 1446. Heaven and earth fell silent at this moment. Everyone was speechless, as if the scene from ancient times had reappeared in the human world. Gold rock-eating Buddha. Chuyang was strong, but Lu Yunpeng was stronger. He was too strong. Little Zen master Fa Zhao looked at this scene in a daze. The most sacred Buddha in his heart had been reduced to food for animals. He had been devoured and desecrated. Therefore, he could not help but think of the condemnation he had for Chuyang. He could not help but ask himself, is he wrong or am I wrong? Should I kill those people or not? Buddha had been reduced to food. He could not refuse to do good and stop eating because of choking. However, he had to be vigilant. Perhaps the people that almsgiver Chu killed were all gold rock that devoured Buddha. Evil is hard to change, and they can only be killed. Little Zen master Fa Zhao put his palms together. Amipa. He broke the silence. At the same time, he was a little worried about Chuyang. Boom! The clamor that had been suppressed completely erupted at this moment. Gold rock-eating Buddha, this is too shocking. Is this the scene of gold rock-eating Buddha in ancient times? I can't help but think about it. Lu Yunpeng is too shocking. With such an attack technique, who can be his opponent? Lu Yunpeng is already invincible. Wild Dog is doomed this time. Amidst the clamor, Chuyang looked at the Mahamuri in the mouth of the great sun gold rock, swinging in the air like a pendulum. He muttered to himself, is it completely restrained? The ancient gold rock comprehended Buddhism and stole the secrets of Buddhism. He created a secret technique to restrain Buddha. How can the Mahamayuri that I transformed into be a match for him? He was very emotional. There were so many outstanding people in the world. There were countless people like the great sun gold rock. He had underestimated the people of the world. He was not a Buddha, so how could he restrain such a secret technique of the Rock clan? His previous actions were a little arrogant. Wild Dog, how do you feel? Defeated? Lu Yunpeng said mockingly. I was indeed a little afraid of you. I couldn't figure out your background, so I had no choice but to do this. But it seems like you're just SOSO. Screech. As he pointed at Chuyang, a wild and domineering roar rang out from his body, as if announcing something. Wild Dog, you want to subdue me? What a joke. Even if you use all your hidden tricks today, you can't do anything to me. I declare that you will die here today." Chu Yang only smiled when he heard this. He understood what Lu Yunpeng meant. Lu Yunpeng was laughing at his stupidity. Previously, when Chu Yang forced Lu Yunpeng to submit, Lu Yunpeng was frightened and couldn't make up his mind. Therefore, Lu Yunpeng was cautious. He thought of a compromise. He used provocation to avoid answering, and used it to test Chu Yang's strength before finally making a decision. He succeeded. Chu Yang arrogantly and foolishly agreed, giving him such a chance. Now, Lu Yunpeng felt that he had completely tested Chu Yang's strength. There was no need to be afraid of Chu Yang. Even if Chu Yang used the divine demon twins and other secret techniques, he wouldn't be afraid. "Little golden rooster, do you know this saying?" Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh coldly. "When the scar is healed, you forget the pain." He looked coldly at Lu Yunpeng. "Do you really think that I care about subduing you? I'm just looking for fun. Be careful. Because of your appearance, you won't even have the chance to submit later. Hee hee, there's a good show to watch." Xiong Longxiang heard this and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Lu Yunpeng didn't know what he was talking about. He had the upper hand, so he spouted nonsense. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Chapter 1447. Xiao Wanjin was also evaluating and weighing the pros and cons. If Lu Yunpeng lost, it would be his turn. There was no need for him to fight with Chu Yang. What he had to consider was whether he should submit to Chu Yang or choose to die. "Wild dog, you're really funny. You still dare to be so arrogant at this time." Lu Yunpeng's eyes were cold and murderous. "Wild dog, show me your tricks. I'll let you see what you can do to me." "As you wish." The smile on Chu Yang's face completely disappeared. He knew that he had to use some trump cards. Bang! Behind him, a pair of demons appeared. His entire body was covered in demonic armor, making him look like a small demon. With a loud rumble, an abyss devil appeared behind him. It was more than 1,000 feet tall, and it seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. It stood behind him. In an instant, the auras of darkness, evilness, brutality, insanity, and other auras swept through the entire sky. Even the wails of living beings before their tragic deaths and the sounds of being chewed resounded in everyone's ears, causing everyone to instantly shudder. All the hairs on their bodies stood on end, as though they had fallen into an ice cave. "What's that? Wild dog, what kind of tricks did he use? Why does it feel more terrifying than the heavenly rock demonic blade? I feel like I can feel the aura of hell." Amidst the panic, Xiao Wanjin frowned and looked at the demonic figure behind Chu Yang. He muttered to himself, "Is that a demon? A real demon?" Ji Yimeng's delicate body trembled. She gritted her teeth and said, "This bastard is more terrifying than a demon." "What's a demon?" Ji Yimeng curled her lips at her sister's action. She's really taking advantage of others and still acting like she's innocent. Where can I find such a powerful and shameless brother-in-law? How many tricks does this wild dog have? Lu Yunpeng was also shocked. This was completely different from Chu Yang's previous tricks. "Kill." As soon as he moved, the great solar gold rock behind him moved as well. Its huge golden claws tore through the heavens and earth and grabbed at Chu Yang. It wanted to kill all life and slaughter all heroes in the world. Boom! Chu Yang's fist met Lu Yunpeng's. The demon behind him was incomparably ferocious. It smashed its fist towards the great sun golden rock, colliding with the divine rock's giant claw. A huge explosion erupted, and the mountains below trembled. Those mountains that had originally collapsed. Now even more large rocks rolled down. All the spectators present were struck by the sound waves. Many of them retreated in pain, and many of them even covered their ears. Such sound waves seemed to have pierced through their eardrums. They were in excruciating pain, and their heads were buzzing. Boom! Lu Yunpeng and the great solar gold rock became one. Chu Yang also became one with the demon. The demon's power shook the gold rock and resisted the supreme secret technique of the rock race. The battle shook the heavens and earth. Every time they collided, The energy that erupted would ruthlessly wreak havoc on this part of the world. Wild Dog actually blocked it again. The supreme secret technique of the rock race could even kill Buddhas in ancient times. How could a mere demon block it? Everyone was shocked. Lu Yunpeng's supreme killing technique was extremely terrifying. That great solar gold rock seemed to be a derivative of the Tao. It could kill Buddhas and kill all life with just a thought from Lu Yunpeng. Wild Dog, let's see how many times you can block it. As long as my realm is high enough, I can even kill Buddhas. You're nothing. A mere demon is nothing. Buddhas subduing demons, don't you know? Lu Yunpeng's words were filled with killing intent. Chapter 1448. At this moment, the Buddha on the rock's peak seemed to have submitted to the great sun gold rock. It burst out with dazzling Buddhist light, and the mantra of the 6 sons of Buddhism resounded. Finally, it merged with the great sun gold rock, killing everything. Buddha was a natural nemesis of demons. The Buddha and the great sun gold rock merged together to deal with the demon. Chuyang immediately felt a great pressure. This secret technique was indeed terrifying. If this continued, he would suffer a great loss. Lu Yunpeng's eyes were cold as he looked down at Chuyang. Every time he controlled the great sun gold rock to attack, it was as if he could split the heavens and earth. Wang. Chuyang was forced to use the Devil Soul. Otherwise, if he was not careful, he would really be in danger. His entire body was like a demon. Billowing demonic energy surged, and demonic light shone in all directions. His entire body was like the gate to hell. Roar. The demon behind him, under the support of the Devil Dark Emperor, roared and suddenly grew to 500 feet tall. Its demonic aura overflowed the sky. It opened its huge mouth and directly swallowed the great sun gold rock. This is still a demon? This demon is too abnormal. Such a change left everyone dumbfounded. They felt that this was simply too inconceivable. If it was just a demon, how could it have such power? The demons of hell were absolutely not so terrifying. Otherwise, Xiao Wanjin would not have been able to subdue 4 demons. Wah! Chu Hang is really vengeful. If you dare to eat me once, I will eat you 100 times. The parrot laughed strangely. Boom! However, just as the great sun gold rock was sucked in, the demon's figure suddenly shook violently. The great sun gold rock could be seen flying freely inside the demon's body. It quickly shattered the demon's phantom and flew out. Huh, Wild Dog. A mere demon wants to fight against the great sun gold rock? You are simply ignorant. Lu Yunpeng laughed loudly, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. He looked so sinister, as if he was the demon. Boom! Chuyang didn't answer. This time, he fully activated his devil soul. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a devil phantom appeared behind him, as if it had walked out from hell. The battle between the supreme devil shadow and the great sun gold rock was even more devastating this time. The demonic aura surged and drowned everything. The golden light and the Buddha's aura tore through the darkness and rushed out, entangling with each other. For a long time, the outcome could not be determined. Chuyang felt a chill in his heart. He had refined the 7 souls of the Darkness Devil Emperor and turned them into his own, but he actually couldn't gain the upper hand when he used them. This supreme offensive technique of the Rock Clan far exceeded his imagination. The more he fought, the more frightened he became. Unknowingly, the sun had already set in the west. The battle with Lu Yunpeng was simply the longest and most intense battle he'd ever fought with anyone. This Lu Yunpeng is truly unparalleled in strength. The unparalleled brilliance and magnificence of the Peng race's secret techniques were all released by him. I'm afraid he is even more terrifying than the real big-winged golden Peng. Many people exclaimed again and again, and they were even more frightened. Suddenly, they were even more in awe of Lu Yunpeng, especially when everyone compared their own combat strength to Lu Yunpeng's. There wasn't a single one of them who didn't feel fear and trepidation. Practically every single one of them felt a chill run through their bodies, and their arrogance was completely lost. Lu Yunpeng was definitely not weaker than those hidden supreme geniuses of the Sky Academy. He was even much stronger. The wild dog is also very amazing and terrifying. Lu Yunpeng released the supreme secret skill of the Rock Clan, but he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position at all. He's just a wild dog. His foundation is not as profound as Lu Yunpeng's, and he didn't get the guidance of a sage like Lu Yunpeng. In fact, the people of the Sky Academy and Chu Yang were even more shocked. Logically speaking, Chu Yang couldn't be Lu Yunpeng's opponent at all. Chapter 1449. In front of others, Chu Yang didn't want to expose his divine skills, nor did he want to reveal his destiny martial soul, his biggest trump card. However, he didn't want to continue. His original intention was to make Lu Yunpeng submit to him and intimidate the people of the Sky Academy. If he continued, he wouldn't have any prestige left. At this time, Lu Yunpeng was also tired of it. He had been wary of Chu Yang's doppelganger, but Chu Yang hadn't used it yet. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Wild dog, if you don't use your ability, I'm afraid you won't have another chance. I'll send you to hell now." Oh no, Lu Yunpeng still has a supreme saint art that he hasn't used yet. As soon as Ji Yinming felt the change in Lu Yunpeng's chi, her face changed. She instantly thought of Sage Rock behind Lu Yunpeng. Sage Rock was famous for his arrogance in the East Continent. He was known as the most arrogant gold rock and the most arrogant demon saint in history. If Lu Yunpeng got all of his inheritance, it would be unimaginable. Rock-cleaving formula. Lu Yunpeng roared. His hair turned golden and danced wildly in the wind, looking incomparably wild. Demonic chi surged out from his body, and in an instant, he seemed to have transformed into a heavenly demon. Endless golden light shot up into the sky. The grand sun gold rock disappeared silently as if its curtain had fallen. It was replaced by another gold rock, which completely merged with Lu Yunpeng. His flesh and blood also changed. He completely changed from a human to a demon, turning into a big-winged gold rock bird. As his wings flapped gently, endless gang chi swept out, making it seem as if it had turned into the 9 heavens. Mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. His combat strength was shocking. He still has a trump card. Swish! Chu Yang felt the most terrifying threat. It was as if he had touched death. All the hair on his body stood on end as he quickly retreated. His face was also filled with shock. Lu Yunpeng's battle prowess had suddenly increased by too much, and what made his heart palpitate the most was the aura circulating around Lu Yunpeng's body. Pengming / Dao formula. Heavens, is it really the Pengming Dao art? Peng Saint Supreme Saint Technique. The Peng Saint is known as the craziest gold rock in history. The reason for this is because it created the beheading Peng Dao art. It wanted to kill the Kuan Peng and open up a brand new evolutionary path for the Peng race. It would no longer be restricted by the Kuan Peng. The Peng Saint didn't even put the Kuan Peng in his eyes, and even more disdain to transform the gold rock into a Kuan Peng. He was determined to open up a new Dao and reach the highest peak. Thus, he was trapped in the Saint realm for many years, unable to break through. The Pengming Dao art is not only a supreme offensive saint art, but also a transcendent saint art. Once it is completed, its power is unimaginable. Among the crowd, those who had heard of the Pengming Dao art were in an uproar at this moment. The Peng Radiance Dao art was too famous and too shocking. Many unmatched characters commented that if Peng Saint could do it in the end, he would be one of the most powerful existences in history. He would even create a new precedent. The Pengming Dao art was not aimed at the gold rock, but the Kuan Peng. The Kuan Peng was the highest aspiration of the Peng race, the most supreme existence. However, there was a gold rock that disdained to be a Kuan Peng and wanted to slay the Kuan Peng to open up a brand new path. What kind of character was this? What kind of existence was this? When Chu Yang heard this, he suddenly felt a burst of panic in his heart. Needless to say, The secret technique created by such an existence was absolutely extraordinary. However, it was only for a moment. Chu Yang's thoughts changed, and this panic disappeared in an instant. It was replaced by excitement. He also created his own art, the limitless body, the limitless soul, and the Tai Chi art. Walking on the same path, the Peng Saint was born before him. He could completely use it as a reference. If the Peng Saint personally used it, he would simply be courting death. However, if Lu Yunpeng used it, it was a heaven-sent opportunity. This was an opportunity that could not be missed. It was a good fortune that was delivered to his hands. Although it was dangerous, it was worth a try. Chapter 1450. Chu Yang's limitless body and Taiji technique were only hastily created. Although the foundation was laid, there were still too many inadequacies. He would definitely be able to comprehend a lot from fighting Peng Saint's self-created technique. Pentagram reversing heaven star and 5 elements heaven circulating ring. He didn't have the confidence to face Peng Saint before, but he did it in the end. As our master, how could Chu Yang hold him back? He didn't even have this kind of courage. He was about to fight the most arrogant Peng Saint in history, the saint technique he created. Chu Yang slowly became so excited that his hands started to tremble, as if he was about to meet his idol in his previous life. He didn't restrain himself, directly laughing loudly in front of everyone. You're arrogant. I'm even more arrogant. Fighting Peng Saint from a distance, he really couldn't hide his excitement. Although he was a little apprehensive before, worried that he wouldn't be a match, that he would suffer a crushing defeat, all of it vanishing into thin air. While he was young, while he could toss and turn, he definitely had to have the thickest brush and ink on the chapter of his life, drawing out a regretless youth. Every day that he didn't dance was a day that he failed to live up to his expectations. Chu Yang's laughter made many people confused. Only the parrot and the others knew that Chu Hang definitely picked up a great bargain. That was why he was laughing so lowly. As for Xiong Longxiang, he held his forehead, thinking, Lu Yunpeng is probably in trouble, angering this new master of his. Wild dog, what are you laughing at? Lu Yunpeng felt Chu Yang's blazing battle intent and was furious beyond measure. A saint technique like Peng beheading Dao technique. Those who faced it would only feel fear. Chu Yang acting like this was the greatest humiliation to him. Chu Yang laughed loudly. Lu Yunpeng, you won't understand even if I tell you, but I have to thank you. Make your move. Don't make me wait too long. He was too arrogant. Lu Yunpeng really couldn't bear it. Wild dog, die for me. Peng beheading Dao technique first style I live. Rumble. A huge golden egg appeared. Crack. Crack. Cracks appeared on the eggshell. As soon as the cracks appeared, bolts of lightning formed and bombarded Chu Yang. At the same time, a chick was born from the egg. It was as if the ruler of heaven and earth had been born. It was as if the god of death had descended. The power of laws surged, and an immense destructive power engulfed Chu Yang. I am born, the will of Saint Rock's birth. Sage Peng had defined his birth as an event that would shock the world and influence the ages. It looked like life, but to Chu Yang, it was death. It was the greatest terror. However, he wasn't afraid. He laughed loudly. Saint Peng's arrogance and methods didn't disappoint him. Limitless Tai Chi. Chu Yang roared in his heart as he activated the limitless body. Instantly, his blood boiled as the heavenly spirit world and myriad gods' world that were hidden within his body started to move. Suddenly, the sound of the great Tao rumbled. Yin and Yang appeared, causing the world he was in to become completely blurry. It was as if it was returning to the primal chaos, and then a small world was being developed there. Rumble. Chu Yang's hands moved, and the trajectory that they formed seemed to be the trajectory of Tao. It was perfect and flawless. A yin fish and a yang fish appeared, and then formed a Tai Chi diagram. The aura of the great Tao became even more violent, causing the entire world to tremble. Go! Chu Yang was like the commander of an army. He waved his hand fiercely, and the Een fish rushed out. It suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed all the lightning. The young fish then rushed out and suddenly spat out. It was as if the endless lightning that the Een fish had swallowed was released, and all of it fell on the chick. The Een fish and young fish seemed to be connected. The lightning only flowed between the two, and immediately the stars moved, reversing everything. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 1451. Rumble. Chu Yang's Tai Chi Dao collided with Sage Peng's first move. In an instant, the baby bird was killed by the lightning, and the phenomenon it formed shattered. Lu Yunpeng screamed and was sent flying. He spat out blood, and his body trembled. Then, he looked at Chu Yang in disbelief. The Peng slashing Dao art could block that. What? How is this possible? The most arrogant sage Peng in history is likely to be the most supreme figure in the future. His Peng slashing Dao art actually defeated it. How did Wild Dog do it? It's true. Wild Dog is actually so amazing. Countless people were shocked and in disbelief. They felt like they were in a dream. Everything else aside, this was a saint technique. The Peng slashing Dao art was too famous. Sage Peng had created it to break free from the Kuan Peng's shackles. Many supreme figures were amazed when they talked about this technique. They admired Sage Peng's talent. However, they never thought that it would appear in front of people again today. Xiao Wanjin's eyes were already shaking. He was a disciple of the Xia family in Zhongzhou, so he knew more about the Peng slashing Dao art than others. Therefore, he knew how terrifying it was. The Peng slashing Dao art was so famous because it was invincible. Sage Peng had never been defeated when he used it, and his name shook Zhongzhou. Sage Peng was not only the most arrogant sage, but also the most powerful sage. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Yunpeng coughed up blood again and again. In the end, he suppressed the shock in his heart. Golden light flowed in his body, and his eyes burst out with a ferocious light. He was like a beast staring at Chu Yang. This result was too difficult for him to accept. His grandfather's supreme saint technique had never been defeated, but now it was humiliated in his hands. Boom! Lu Yunpeng's anger flared up. His body stood straight like a javelin, revealing a cruel expression. His snow-white teeth were eerie. Wild Dog, don't be too arrogant. This is only the weakest form of the Pengming Dao art. You will definitely die. His body was stained with blood. At this moment, he was like a blood-soaked Azura. His hatred was higher than the sky, and his killing intent was about to break the sky. Golden Dharma power surged around him, and his eyes were as cold as lightning. I didn't expect a saint technique like the Peng slashing Dao art to be used in this battle. After today, Lu Yunpeng can master such a supreme saint technique, his reputation. After today, not many people will dare to provoke him. Now, Chu Yang is even more terrifying. He doesn't have a saint behind him, but he can actually resist a saint technique. If he doesn't die today, who would dare to provoke him in the future? Who would dare to call him a wild dog? Yes, Chu Yang's level is not something we can participate in. Only the supreme geniuses of the Sky Academy are qualified to provoke him. If we get involved, we will definitely be smashed to pieces and die without knowing how. No one present could calm down. Everyone's face was full of shock, and their hearts were pounding violently. Some were even thinking about the far-reaching impact of this battle. Chu Yang did not respond to Lu Yunpeng's provocation. He was still carefully comprehending his own technique and the first move of the Peng slashing Dao art. The second move of the Peng slashing Dao art, I am king. Lu Yunpeng roared and performed the Peng slashing Dao art again. Suddenly, the world was blazing. A ray of light fell from the sky and formed a throne. Sitting on it was a man with a rock head and a human body. He was like an immortal king sitting high in the 9 levels of heaven, looking down on all living things. Chapter 1452. What a bold move. Such arrogance. However, Chu Yang liked it. Amidst his laughter, An invisible, murderous intent erupted like a volcano. It was like an endless wave. Everywhere it went, it destroyed all life, as if it wanted to turn the entire world into a giant tomb. The majesty of a king also spread out, and that unparalleled pressure made everyone present unable to help but kneel down. Only a few people were spared. Boom! The figure on the throne seemed to have felt Chu Yang's disrespect towards him. His huge hand slammed down, and the void collapsed. Endless waves of energy rushed towards Chu Yang like a flood from a dam. It was endless, and it would not stop until Chu Yang was dead. It was an incomparably terrifying technique, and it was difficult to resist. It was as if the rock sage was attacking a mortal like an ant through space and time. It made people despair. Chu Yang's heart trembled. His godly demon martial spirit was madly deducing, but he did not understand the mystery. He did not want to immediately attack, so he decisively retreated and used the Kuan Peng secret technique given to him by the Ice Kuan to resist. Rumble! Chu Yang's half-step divine force and half-step spiritual power fused, and a scene appeared. In a world of ice and snow, there were endless icebergs resisting the endless waves of energy. In the sea, a huge fish jumped up, resisting the huge hand. The scene was terrifying, and everyone was stunned. The figure on the throne was like a king of heaven and earth. His huge hand kept slamming down, and the sky changed color. His attack power was unparalleled. Chu Yang's technique only blocked 3 attacks from the figure on the throne, and it instantly exploded, turning into rolling waves of energy that rushed in all directions. The rock-slashing Tao formula. When such a saint technique is used, how many people can resist it? Such a saint technique to slay the Kuan Peng. It's terrifying just thinking about it. At this time, Xiao Wanjin's eyes flickered. When he looked at Lu Yunpeng again, there was a great fear in his eyes, and even awe. As everyone had discussed, the rock-slashing Tao formula was extremely effective against the Kuan Peng technique. Chu Yang's Kuan Peng technique did not have much effect. In addition, he also laughed at himself. How could such a saint technique be deduced in such a short time? I can only comprehend it in battle. How much I can comprehend is up to me. He once again used his way of Tai Chi to resist this terrifying saint technique. At this moment, Chu Yang had no distracting thoughts in his mind. He was detached from worldly matters, and his heart was empty. His hands presented the Taiji Dao. As he pushed his hands forward, one was as black as ink, while the other was as white as jade. The Yin fish and Yang fish rushed out again, turning into dragons. Then, they each held a divine diagram in their mouths as they rushed towards the unmatched figure on the throne. Wild dog, don't even think about blocking the second move. I'm going to destroy your soul. Lu Yunpeng roared when he felt the supreme qi flowing in his body. The wild light in his eyes became even more ferocious. Boom! In the face of Chu Yang's attack, the king-like figure finally stood up from the throne. It became clearer, and its majesty was inviolable. A demonic saber appeared in his hand. Its murderous aura soared into the sky, and its murderous intent was endless. Blood red surged on the blade. As the saber slashed down, countless demonic lights of slaughter drowned out the world. In an instant, everyone felt a sense of suffocation. Their bodies trembled like sieves, and they all retreated. Instinctive fear spread in their hearts. The Yang dragon clashed with the demonic blade, and the Yin dragon pounced on the supreme figure. A violent explosion occurred, and endless waves of energy swept out. It seemed to contain the great path of slaughter, and the rules seemed to be intertwined within. Endless destructive aura surged. Rumble. Lu Yunpeng only used the first 3 styles, and it's enough to look down on his peers. How many people can block it? Everyone was alarmed. Lu Yunpeng's eyes were bone-chilling. He said, "Wild dog, you definitely can't block it." Boom! Heaven and earth seemed to move with him every time he moved. More and more gold rock rushed out endlessly and produced a great change. The peerless geniuses that had been killed by the Gold Rock clan all appeared at this moment. Their corpses fell to the ground and blood flowed out, making each gold rock even more terrifying. Chu Yang's black hole was the first to be unable to withstand it. It faintly distorted, causing his expression to change instantly. The Tai Chi technique actually contained the profound meaning of the Destiny Twins martial spirit. Even if he used the Destiny Twins martial spirit now, the result wouldn't be good. Chapter 1454. Rumble, Rumble, Rumble. Lu Yunpeng seemed to have completely fused with the void. It was as if he was connected to the ancient times, summoning all the peerless geniuses of the Peng race, allowing them to come one after another. Gold rock after gold rock rushed out in an endless stream. It was as if they were forming a long river of history of the Peng race, blooming with the brilliance of the Peng race. Heavenly Soul World. No one knew how long this world had existed. Until now, the evidence that had been excavated proved that the Heavenly Soul World had experienced at least 5 or 6 earth-shattering catastrophes in its endless history. Many people even speculated that before these 5 or 6 catastrophes, the Heavenly Soul World might have experienced a complete annihilation even earlier. During the Great Annihilation, all living beings in the Heavenly Soul World died, burying the next civilization and the next epoch. In the end, after the endless destruction ended, a new life was born again, and new living beings were born. Not to mention that Great Annihilation, just the 5 or 6 catastrophes that the Heavenly Soul World had experienced in the Desolate Era, Ancient Era, Middle Era, and Era, Recent Era, and so on. Just how many peerless geniuses did the Gold Rock race have? It was impossible to count. At this moment, the Gold Rock birds of various eras crossed the endless river of time and space to appear, once again displaying their ferocious might. Such a scene was simply indescribable. Among the Gold Rock, the ones with clear figures were fine, but the ones with blurry figures were the most terrifying. Every time they rushed over, it was simply a disaster for Chu Yang. Accompanied by the impact of countless gold rock, the waves of energy became even more turbulent. One after another, they formed 18 visible waves that crashed over. Chu Yang's body cracked even more, and it looked like he was about to be destroyed by the monstrous power. The black hole he created distorted even more, and it was even more difficult to swallow and absorb the power of the third move of the Peng/Dao art. It was injured again and again, coughing out large mouthfuls of blood. The Peng/Dao art is simply too terrifying. Just the third move is already so terrifying. It's as if all the gold rock that had appeared in history are attacking at the same time. This is equivalent to summoning an army, a gold rock army. Even if I can't see the scene in front of me, just thinking about it makes my scalp go numb. Luckily, Lu Yunping's cultivation level is too low. He can't even unleash 1% of its power. Otherwise, Wild Dog would have been reduced to ashes. Boom! Chu Yang's body shook violently again, and blood gushed out from the cracks. He had nowhere to hide, even if he wanted to. One by one, the gold rock fiercely bombarded him without a single break, completely drowning him. The space he was in was filled with billowing demonic chi. Even the laws of the Gold Rock clan seemed to be cutting through this space. This made him feel like the end of the world was near. From the eastern wilderness to the east continent, Chu Yang had experienced many great battles, but this was the first time he had felt so uneasy. It was also the first time that he had such a strong sense of foreboding. The feeling of death was also the most real, as if he was only a fine line away from death. I can't believe I'm going to fall for this. Am I going to fail miserably? Originally, Chu Yang could have directly assassinated Lu Yunpeng, but in the end, he had underestimated Lu Yunpeng. He also had a chance to correct himself, but he arrogantly thought that this was a great opportunity or even a great fortune. In the end, things had turned out this way, and he had fallen into a desperate situation. However, he didn't regret it, and he definitely wouldn't regret it Chapter 1455. His life had never been stupid, nor had it been bleak, nor had it been miserable. He was stupid and bleak only in the eyes of others. How could they have imagined that he would still be able to smile brilliantly in the future? There are countless paths in life, but I just have to do all kinds of things on the path of death. I'm just that selfish, just that willful. Of course, if others wanted him to blame himself and regret, he would cooperate. Cough, cough, cough. Chuyang kept coughing up blood. It was extremely difficult and dangerous, but he laughed loudly. Haha, is the Pengming Dao art that powerful? I like it. Everyone was nervously watching this battle because the outcome might be decided immediately. Most people also felt that Chuyang would not be able to hold on. However, they never expected that Chuyang would actually laugh while covered in blood. He seemed to be extremely happy. What was going on? Could it be that Chuyang still had a trump card? Did you see that? The parrot was originally very worried. At this moment, he let out a long sigh of relief. However, he pretended to be wise and lectured Cui, Xinho, and the others. You three idiots shouldn't be worried about this. Chu Hang's despicable skills have reached the peak of perfection. Without a deep foundation in despicable skills, who would want to kill him? Cui Xinho and the others could not help but nod in agreement. They felt that this made a lot of sense. The parrot continued, "What you should be worried about is how to sing the praises of Chu Hang when he wins. That's the most important thing. Don't get the main point wrong." The three of them were speechless. However, it seemed that this was the truth. If Chuyang were to win, flattery wouldn't be enough. After all, he wouldn't be happy if he didn't flatter him enough. At this moment, Chuyang was extremely relaxed. If this was the last moment of his life, he would enjoy it to the fullest. If this was the last glory of his life, he would bask in it to the fullest. Therefore, his thoughts became more and more active. He suddenly realized that there was actually a simple way to deal with it. Wuji. If Taiji was not enough, then he would use the grand answer. Wouldn't it be easier to use the higher level of Wuji? At the most critical moment of his life, Chuyang mocked himself in his heart and laughed loudly. Little golden rooster, your grandpa Chu is going to show his power. You better get into the horse stance and stand properly. Don't be scared. Limitless, he roared inwardly. His long hair flew about, eyes extremely dazzling, like two little suns erupting with dazzling light. His entire being was extremely wild. Rumble. The white hole in his right hand and the black hole in his left hand collided and fused together. In an instant, there was a huge rumbling sound as a supreme aura burst out and wiped out all of the gold rock that was coming from different dimensions. His entire body was also greatly shaken, and the cracks on his body became even more severe. Even half of his spine was exposed, but his smile became even more brilliant. At this moment, his heart was completely empty. He felt as if he had stepped into an indescribable space. Endless mysteries flowed in his heart. It was as if Chuyang had crossed the heavenly moat and reached the other side, the world of his dreams. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Rumble. However, that stillness was instantly shattered. The void shattered, and the sky seemed to have been overturned. The endless earth seemed to have sunk forever. Everything no longer existed. Everything returned to the primordial chaos. Everything was about to return to zero. Chapter 1456. In this battle of life and death, Chuyang had comprehended a lot, whether it was Yin Yang, Tai Chi, or Wuji. He even felt that he had comprehended many laws of the great Tao. Even though he almost died, killed by the Pengbright Tao art, the rewards were proportional to the risks. Not only did his Tao successfully go from theory to actual combat, becoming a real existence, it even became a supreme technique. This was the first time his Tao had evolved in front of people, the first time it had blossomed in glory. This was a day that could be commemorated. Chuyang was in a good mood. His heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. In the past, he had relied on the Destiny Twins to achieve many of his successes. However, this time, he had completely relied on himself. If he were to return to his original world, He was confident that he would become an influential figure. His every move would affect the whole world. Boom! A terrifying explosion and endless waves of energy wreaked havoc. Chu Yang's whole body was covered in blood. He was seriously injured, but his smile was even more brilliant. His 8 teeth were exposed as he basked in the sun and asked where the sun was. Of course, he was happy, but the other side was miserable. Ah! Lu Yunpeng screamed miserably. It was as if a man had encountered an evil ghost, a demon. The third form of the Pingming Dao art, ancestral summoning, was completely broken and obliterated. The void behind him exploded, as if an endless passage of time and space had completely collapsed and shattered at this moment. As the summoner, he suffered a great backlash and impact. The impact was incomparably fierce and terrifying. Almost in an instant, 7 or 8 bloody holes were pierced through Lu Yunpeng's body. His torso was penetrated from front to back, as if 7 or 8 tunnels had been opened, causing the isolated world to brighten up. With such a heavy injury, no matter how majestic Lu Yunpeng was, his blood-stained body could only fall to the ground like a wooden stake. His eyes were filled with fear and shock, as well as many expressions of disbelief. Impossible! How is this possible? There are only 4 moves in the Pingming Dao art. My grandfather could only use it once to kill the enemy without leaving a trace. He rarely used the 3rd move. I have never seen him use the 4th move, but I used the 3rd move and still couldn't kill the wild dog? How is this possible? The fear in his heart was pulled apart and magnified infinitely. Because of his fear, he didn't dare to ignore it and began to scream. Lu Yunpeng clearly remembered how arrogant he was just now. He had repeatedly said that he would kill the wild dog and even laughed at the wild dog for foolishly falling into his trap. How could Chu Yang let him off so easily? Even if he wanted to beg for mercy and submit now, there was really no chance left. Pengming Dao Formula, 4th form, slaying the Kuan Peng, Transcendence. Lu Yunpeng desperately wanted to perform the 4th move, but it was extremely difficult for him to perform it. Even if he shouted himself hoarse, it was impossible for him to perform it immediately. He needed a certain amount of time to prepare. Hee, little golden rooster, that's it. You no longer have a chance. Chu Yang wouldn't regret it, but he would learn from his mistakes and reflect on himself. He had already deeply felt the terror of the Pengming Dao art. At this time, how could he let Lu Yunpeng perform it again? If that was the case, not only would others think that he was stupid, but he would really be stupid. He sneered. With a swoosh, his afterimage was still in the same place, but he had already rushed over and mercilessly attacked. At this moment, how could Lu Yunpeng fight with Chu Yang? He quickly retreated and madly widened the distance between them. However, although he had the speed of Gold Rock, it was a pity that his opponent was Chu Yang. How could Chu Yang's speed be slower than the speed of Gold Rock? Chapter 1457. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Yang's speed suddenly increased, and he caught up with Lu Yunpeng in an instant. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Chu Yang's big hand slapped down. It was as black as a demon. A Taiji Yin diagram appeared in his palm, and the Yin fish swam in his palm, shaking the void. Rumble. Lu Yunpeng had no choice but to fight back. The 4th style of the rock slashing art was forcefully interrupted. He spat out blood again and resisted with great difficulty. Boom, boom, boom. The two's battle was not as intense as before, but it was more tragic than before. Every time they clashed, the void would shake violently. Endless light would burst out and the wind would howl. Ah! Lu Yunpeng screamed again and again. After Chu Yang had a deeper understanding of his Taiji technique, Lu Yunpeng was even more difficult to resist. He suffered a great loss in the collision. His blocking left hand was completely deformed and dripping with blood. No one knew how many bones were broken, and there were even many terrifying wounds. Boom! Chu Yang attacked again and again. He wanted to kill Lu Yunpeng and not give him any chance. Everyone watching the battle was shocked. The one who lost in the end was actually Lu Yunpeng, who had mastered the same technique. Obviously, if this continued, this would be a battle of life and death. The curtains would soon be drawn. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. The bitter collision caused Lu Yunpeng to cry out loudly. His pupils turned vertical, and fear and anger merged together, both of them reaching their peak. If he didn't live, then he would die. He had also completely thrown caution to the wind and grasped at the last life-saving straw. He madly displayed the fourth style of the rock-slashing art. Lu Yunpeng was distracted and lost quickly. His injuries were even more serious. Blood spurted out as his left arm was chopped off by Chu Yang. Blood stained the sky. Lu Yunpeng once again let out a mournful cry, his voice making everyone who heard it feel desolate. His left arm was cut off and blood spurted out. Half of his body was dyed even redder. Peng! His life source surged, consuming it. An arrow of blood shot out from his severed arm, turning into a wave of golden flames that burned through everything, burning the void until it seemed to be curling up. This golden flame was extraordinary. The destructive aura within it surged, causing that expanse of space to be completely destroyed and become a terrifying place. Lu Yunpeng's blood contained great power because it contained the talent and life imprint of the Rock Clan. Whether it was the demon race or the human race, their blood contained treasures left behind by their ancestors. Once opened and the secrets within were unearthed, they would have unimaginable power. The more powerful the ancestor was, the more shocking and terrifying the hidden treasures in the bloodline would be. Once it was revealed, the divine might would be unimaginable. Although Lu Yunpeng was a half-human, half-demon, his bloodline still contained the bloodline of the Gold Rock clan. He had consumed his life source to trigger the power hidden in his blood. How could it be ordinary? Chu Yang was confident of victory, so he naturally wouldn't risk his life to fight Lu Yunpeng, let alone let him have his way. That was because Lu Yunpeng wanted to destroy both jade and common stone. He was determined to bite off Chu Yang's bones, even if he had to die. He definitely wouldn't let Chu Yang have an easy time before he died. He was so crazy that his whole body was almost burning. Crackling sounds came from all over his body. Chu Yang temporarily avoided the attack. With a swoosh, he retreated hundreds of meters away. Lu Yunpeng's hair was stained with blood as he cried out in pain. Because Chu Yang had temporarily stopped, he recovered. His eyes were immediately filled with disbelief. One of my arms was actually cut off. After temporarily escaping death, this was the first thought that came to his mind. It could be seen how proud he was. It was simply indescribable. Chapter 1458. His eyes were filled with madness, and his face was completely distorted. His entire being became ferocious, and in the end his head turned into a rock's head. He roared at the top of his lungs, "I, Lu Yunpeng, will never lose." Everyone watching the battle was shocked. Everyone was terrified from the bottom of their hearts as they watched this scene. Lu Yunpeng had completely gone crazy. He roared towards the sky. His hair, which was dyed gold, stood on end. His eyes emitted a crazed and chaotic light. The golden light on his body was like raging flames as it danced, causing them to feel an indescribable sadness in their hearts. So what if he was as powerful and heaven-defying as Lu Yunpeng? He was still going to lose to Chu Yang. It was a tragedy to make an enemy of someone like Chu Yang, and it made people despair. Xiao Wanjin's pupils almost shrank into a single pupil. Chu Yang's battle strength made him feel a chill. That was the Pengming art, an unparalleled saint art, but it still couldn't kill the wild dog. He even had a thought in his mind. Chu Yang was invincible, and he would never lose. Xiong Longxiang was also deeply shocked. He thought that he already knew how terrifying Chu Yang was, but now he felt that it was ridiculous. Chu Yang didn't use any of his original methods, but he still blocked the Pengming art, a saint art like the Pengming art. Such a person was probably not someone he could imagine. Ji Ming was slender and graceful. She looked at Chu Yang in the air, and light flowed in her beautiful eyes. under the shroud of fog. No one could see her peerless face, and they didn't know what kind of expression she had right now. However, Ji Yin could clearly read Ji Yinming's feelings from the light in her eyes, the trembling of her delicate body, and the subtle spiritual fluctuations. It was an extraordinary tremor. Ji Yin felt that even if her sister immediately married Chu Yang, there wouldn't be much resistance. Slash! Chu Yang closed in once again. Lu Yunpeng roared, shaking the mountains and rivers. He went crazy. Under his will, the heavenly rock manic blade once again rushed out. It was originally 5 feet long, but it instantly became 10 feet long. It took the initiative to attack Chu Yang, and by time for Lu Yunpeng to execute the fourth style of the Pengming Dao art. Naive, Chu Yang smiled indifferently. He didn't use the quintuple anti-heaven star and the 5 elements heaven circulating ring again. Instead, he drew a yin and yang pattern with his hands, forming a vortex. With a fierce whirl, he directly swept away the demonic saber with a threatening aura. Feathery Peng sword. Lu Yunpeng once again displayed this secret technique of the Rock Clan. The golden light became even more resplendent. The dazzling light was like 10,000 golden sword rays. It was extremely terrifying. Clang, clang, clang. What was different was that this time, there weren't golden spears, but rather divine swords. They were all 3 zhang long, towering in the void like an army, mountains of blades and forests of swords, extremely intimidating. The sword rays that each divine sword emitted seemed to have millions of pounds of divine power. They were so densely packed that they seemed to have gathered into a sea of divine swords. A terrifying golden storm swept over, destroying all obstacles. It could even wipe out an army of thousands of men and horses. This kind of power was simply unimaginable. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, and the world seemed to be collapsing. Many people saw this secret technique of the Rock Clan again, but they still felt a chill from head to toe. This made them even more unable to imagine how terrifying the Pengming Dao art was, which was much more terrifying than this. Little golden rooster, it's useless. You want to use this petty trick to stall for time? That's just wishful thinking. You could die now. Facing the sea of swords, Chu Yang drew a yin and yang symbol with his hands. It was as if he was parting the grass. He parted all the golden divine swords that were piercing towards him. He was like a snake parting the grass as he went straight for Lu Yunpeng. In the eyes of the crowd, the incomparably terrifying divine swords were like grass to Chu Yang. They were no threat at all. Wild dog, you forced me to do this. Lu Yunpeng faced upwards and roared madly. He didn't dare to face Chu Yang's attack. His entire body's blood and energy surged and transformed into metal. The terrifying energy around his body surged like a huge wave and overflowed into the sky. Chapter 1459. Even at this moment, he still wanted to kill Chu Yang. His killing intent increased instead of decreasing. Little golden rooster, you won't have the chance. Chu Yang sneered. The Pengming was too terrifying. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to resist. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind experiencing this supreme technique created by Sage Peng in the distant Zhongzhou. He turned into a divine light and rushed over. His left hand drew a true yin trajectory, while his right hand drew a true yang trajectory. He wanted to directly cut Lu Yunpeng in half. Clang! The heavenly Peng manic saber returned and blocked this terrifying attack. However, it was not damaged. Instead, one of the seals on it was undone. In an instant, the void there collapsed. A terrifying, murderous aura flooded towards Chu Yang like a huge wave. Chu Yang had launched such a tyrannical attack. It was supposed to be unstoppable and destroy everything. However, it was blocked just like that. It's really difficult to deal with. Chu Yang frowned. The heavenly Peng manic saber was a saint weapon. It was impossible to destroy it. The only way to kill Lu Yunpeng was to let it go. Just as he was about to use the space-time technique to teleport to Lu Yunpeng's side and kill Lu Yunpeng, Kiki, Lu Yunpeng bared his white teeth and looked at Chu Yang. He laughed like a demon. He was extremely arrogant and cold, but the aura that suddenly appeared on his body was extremely terrifying. It was as if a demon god from hell had broken through the seal and broken out. Lu Yunpeng opened one arm and looked up at the sky. He was extremely intoxicated, but his voice was extremely cold. I finally succeeded. The fourth form of the Pengming art. That terrifying aura became even stronger, so much so that everyone present could feel it. In an instant, everyone's heart palpitated. It was as if looking at Lu Yunpeng was like looking at the god of death. Every one of them couldn't help but tremble, and many of them directly fell to the ground. In the distance, in the endless mountains, regardless of whether it was birds or beasts on land, after a moment of panic, they all trembled and bowed in the direction Lu Yunpeng was facing. What the hell? If he couldn't win, he would run. Chu Yang was also very scared and decisively fled. Wild dog, you chased me just now. Now, you still want to run? Lu Yunpeng was extremely cold. He gritted out every word, as if every word was filled with blood and tears. He didn't chase after Chu Yang, but his strange aura shrouded Chu Yang no matter where he escaped to. Slash! At this moment, Lu Yunpeng's low voice was like a vicious curse that resounded in everyone's hearts. However, the strange thing was that Lu Yunpeng was cutting himself. First, his right arm was chopped off. Then his legs were chopped off. Finally, his head was chopped off as well. His torso was cut in half. Peng! Under the effect of the strange power, Lu Yunpeng's cut-off limbs were ignited. They burned fiercely and soon turned to ashes, leaving nothing behind. What was this? Self-destruction? Everyone was shocked. What kind of peerless saint art was the Pengming art? The fourth form was so strange that no one could understand it. Chu Yang couldn't escape, so he stopped. That force was already wreaking havoc in his body and wanted to kill him. He was also a little confused. Lu Yunpeng is going to destroy everything. He used his life as the price to display the fourth form of the Pengming art. Chapter 1460. Boom! After the flames burned Lu Yunpeng's body, they did not disappear immediately. At the place where Lu Yunpeng had been, a cluster of golden flames burned fiercely. In the center of the flames, a golden egg appeared. Crack! From the golden egg, a young Peng bird was born. Chirp, chirp! The young rock chirped. In an instant, a crown, a scepter, and a throne appeared out of thin air. The crown fell on the young rock's head, the scepter fell into its wings, and the throne appeared directly below it, allowing it to sit nobly on it. Chirp! The rock's high-pitched chirp sounded again. In the midst of a loud rumble, it was as if the endless time and space had been opened again. From the depths of time and space, gold rock flew out, surrounding the young rock and chirping loudly. The scene was astonishing. Everyone was stunned. The fourth move of the Pengming/Dao incantation was simply mysterious and divine. At this moment, even though Chu Yang was enveloped by the strange power, he could not help but pay attention to this scene. He was horrified. What did he see? The first move of the Pengming/Dao incantation, I live. The second move of the Pengming/Dao incantation, I am king. The third move of the Pengming/Dao incantation, ancestral summoning. Chu Yang was shocked to discover that the process of Lu Yunpeng's resurrection was the first three moves of the Pengming/Dao incantation. Lu Yunpeng was definitely not dead. He had only made such a choice because his injuries were too serious. Chu Yang finally understood why Lu Yunpeng wouldn't admit defeat even if he died. The Pengming/Dao incantation was simply too terrifying and mysterious. It was difficult to describe with words. If Chu Yang had such a saint technique in his hands, he would never admit defeat. Why would he admit defeat? There was no reason for him to do so. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded in Chu Yang's spiritual world. At this moment, he realized that the flood dragon martial soul was looking at him apologetically. Then, it opened its mouth wide and frantically devoured the strange energy that had sneaked into his body. However, in the blink of an eye, all of the strange energy was completely devoured by the flood dragon martial soul. Little Long Long, what do you mean? Why do I feel like you're looking at me like I'm an idiot? Chu Yang asked the flood dragon martial spirit. He was really a little confused. This kind of power was a great advantage to Lu Yunpeng, but to him, it should be a great horror. But why did the flood dragon martial spirit have such a reaction? Roar! The Jiao dragon martial spirit roared, but it didn't answer Chu Yang. Instead, it was in great pain. Chu Yang could clearly see countless swords and sabers appearing on the body of the flood dragon martial spirit, slowly cutting it apart. In the end, the flood dragon martial spirit was dismembered. Pung! The body of the flood dragon martial spirit that had been cut off suddenly emitted a white flame, burning the flesh and blood that had been cut off. This, Chu Yang instantly understood why the fourth move of the Pengming Dao incantation was called transcendence. This was to cut off one's original body and create a new one. It was just like the severing 3 corpses that Chu Yang knew. Severing 3 corpses was the right way. This Peng Saint is so bold, so generous. He wants to sever all tangible and intangible restraints, sever all fetters, sever all connections between the Golden Peng and Kuan Peng, forcefully carving out a brand new Grand Dao to transcend. However, if one's foundation was not deep enough and his cultivation was not enough, it would be equivalent to suicide. Chapter 1461. Damn, even the flood dragon martial soul can see through it. How could I not see through it earlier? How embarrassing. Chu Yang carefully sensed the power from before. He no longer felt that it was strange. Instead, he felt that the power was extremely sharp, as if it could cut through everything. At the same time, it possessed an extremely transcendent aura. For Chu Yang, such power was simply a supreme treasure. No wonder the flood dragon martial soul had such a reaction. The more he understood, the more worried he became. The flood dragon martial soul might not be able to survive, just like Lu Yunpeng. Right now, Lu Yunpeng seemed to be very astonishing and amazing, so powerful that it made everyone exclaim in admiration again and again. However, if he was unable to withstand the power of self-destruction in the end and was unable to transcend, he would completely become a dead man, and not even dregs would be left. This rock sage is truly amazing. He created such a cultivation technique that allowed Lu Yunpeng to self-sever and transcend when he was only in the transcendence realm. This is simply inconceivable. The rock sage is definitely a supreme figure. Chu Yang exclaimed in admiration towards the rock sage, whom he had never met before. His admiration for the rock sage grew. There probably weren't many people like him since ancient times. His thoughts instantly became active. Could he self-sever? Could he transcend? Self-severing wasn't for his body. Transcending wasn't for his own body, but for his own Tai Chi technique, the limitless Tao, the Tao that he created himself. Chu Yang currently had the power of the heavenly spirit world and the God's world in his body. It was as if yin and yang had formed a balance in his body. A slight movement would cause an imbalance. This caused him to be unable to advance to the 9th level of the spirit realm, not to mention the soul fusion realm. On the other hand, with his cultivation in the God's world, he couldn't condense a divine spark and cultivate a primordial spirit. This was because he needed to maintain the balance. As for why it was affected, he still didn't know. What he could be sure of was that the entanglement of the two formed a great restriction that bound his hands and feet. Therefore, it would be best if he could sever it and transcend. It could be said that if he could do it, it would be perfect. However, Chu Yang felt that it was impossible. If he severed Tai Chi, he could transcend and become limitless. What about Wuji? If limitless was beheaded, what else could it become? Limitless was the end. How could he transcend? Suddenly, Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. Who was the one who said that there was no one else after limitless? Could it be that other than limitless, there couldn't be another limitless? This was good. For example, in ancient times, people thought that the sky was round and the earth was square. But what was the truth? This was simply impossible. The sky was not round and the earth was not square. There was a starry sky outside, and there was a universe. Perhaps beyond the infinite pole, there existed the so-called having pole. Between Wuji and Yuji, there might be an existence like yin and yang. If a person's knowledge is a circle, then ignorance is the world outside the circle. Therefore, the bigger the circle, the more unknowns one would come into contact with. This was why the more knowledgeable one was, the more ignorant they felt. The mysteries of heaven and earth were endless. What a pity! Chu Yang had already understood everything. However, if he wanted to sever himself and transcend, there was no way. He suddenly had this thought. He hoped that Lu Yunpeng would succeed in sever himself. If Lu Yunpeng succeeded in sever himself, it would be wonderful if he could get shot. Therefore, he couldn't help but look at Lu Yunpeng worriedly. The cluster of golden flames was burning more and more fiercely. Chapter 1462. In the golden flame, after a while there was a change. The young rock grew rapidly. 1 zhang, 5 zhang, 10 zhang. In the end, it became 100 zhang. Its entire body was shining with golden light. Screech! It spread its wings and flew across the sky, letting out a resounding rock cry. After flying back and forth a few times in the sky, it landed with a boom and transformed into a human. In an instant, Lu Yunpeng appeared in front of everyone again. His body was slender, and he was even more burly than before. His eyes were sharper, and his black hair had turned into long golden hair. His aura was also much more vigorous than before. Nirvana realm. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. Later, everyone present also realized it and exclaimed in unison, "Oh my God! Lu Yunpeng is now in the Nirvana realm." Not only is he in the Nirvana realm, but he's also at the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. One more step, and he will be in the life and death realm. Oh my God, this Saint technique is actually so amazing. Not only can it kill enemies, but can also increase one's cultivation so quickly. It's simply godly. Is godly enough to describe it? This is completely defying the heavens and subverting everything. Everyone was in disbelief, as if they were witnessing the birth of a miracle with their own eyes. Although Chu Yang was surprised, it was much less. It seems that Lu Yunpeng didn't transcend. He only increased his cultivation. Fortunately, it's only like this. Otherwise, he would definitely die. I think he knows it himself. Roar. In Chu Yang's spiritual world, there was also a joyful dragon cry. It wasn't the dragon cry of a flood dragon, but an orthodox dragon cry. To be exact, it was a frost dragon. After Chu Yang saw that the flood dragon martial soul had transformed into a frost dragon, he realized that there seemed to be a spatial door in its body. His whole body shook. This was a space dragon. The current flood dragon martial soul had 2 attributes, frost and space. Therefore, it could be called a frost space dragon. Is it because it refined Kong Kuang's soul? The dimension of the frost cave was not created by the ice Kuan alone. Kong Kuang also had half of the credit. That was why after the flood dragon martial spirit transformed, it gained the ice attribute. Fuck, I'll be fine with just 1 shot. Lu Yunpeng, can you please give me 1 shot? Chu Yang sensed the changes in his Jiao dragon martial spirit, and his heart burned with passion. He couldn't wait for Lu Yunpeng to use the 4th style of the Peng beheading Dao art on him, so that he could break free from the restraints of the heavenly spirit world and the myriad god world. He couldn't wait any longer and directly broke the silence. Lu Yunpeng, most of the power of your 4th style just now was used on you. It doesn't have much effect on me. Come, use your 4th move and use it on me. Let me feel how powerful this so-called Peng saint is. Is it a dragon or a worm? Wild dog, how dare you? Lu Yunpeng roared. His long golden hair seemed to be on fire. His eyes were like heavenly swords as he stared coldly at Chu Yang like a demon god. Less nonsense. Chu Yang had a plan in his heart. He was worried that it would fail. He was a little nervous and tried to provoke Lu Yunpeng again. Peng Saint is very amazing. The so-called Peng beheading Dao art, in my opinion, is only SOSO. What a disappointment. Now that Lu Yunpeng had reached the 9th level of Nirvana realm, Chu Yang was really worried that Lu Yunpeng would use his cultivation to kill him and not use the Peng beheading Dao art. Wild dog, I will kill your soul. Chapter 1463. Little Golden Rooster. Chu Yang sneered. I'm just telling the truth. Didn't you notice what I comprehended just now? The rock-slashing Dao formula is just a whetstone for me. Do you understand? Wild dog, you're too arrogant. I'll kill you until you despair. I'll kill you until you swallow all the words you just said. Lu Yunpeng's face twisted as he gritted his teeth. He couldn't tolerate Chu Yang's contempt for Yupengsheng. Little Golden Rooster, what's the use of saying such harsh words? Chu Yang sneered. I said, can you make your move? After a pause, he laughed. Of course, you can use your Nirvana realm cultivation. But don't say I didn't warn you. Don't regret it when you die. Wild dog. Lu Yunpeng laughed in anger. I'll let you die convinced. No one in the Central State dares to despise my grandfather. You're just a wild dog. How dare you? TCH. Chu Yang was full of contempt. He pointed at Lu Yunpeng and said, You're just a little golden rooster. Rock Sage is just an old golden rooster to me. You're all just roosters. What's so great about you? He added, the so-called rock-slashing Dao formula is just bullshit. The Dao I create in the future will definitely make old golden rooster blush with shame. He'll feel that his so-called rock-slashing Dao formula is just bullshit. Everyone present was shocked by Chu Yang's words. Someone actually dared to look down on a saint like this. How much courage did he have? Wild dog, you deserve to die. Lu Yunpeng couldn't bear it anymore. I'll let you deeply feel the terror of the rock-slashing Dao formula. I'll make you tremble and die. Rock-slashing Dao formula, transcendence. I've finally used it. Chu Yang let out a long sigh. At this moment, the aura he felt before began to surge again. Perhaps it was because Lu Yunpeng's cultivation base had improved, or perhaps it was because Lu Yunpeng had just used it once, but he already understood the key points. This time, he used it very quickly. Rumble. Suddenly, Chu Yang was drowned by a mighty force. The yin and yang forces in his body were activated and surged out. Amidst the loud noise, the image of a vast ocean appeared. His entire body was trapped in the image, and he was like a Kuan fish in the North Sea. The Kuan Peng controls the power of yin and the power of yang, and so do I. Killing me is like killing the Kuan Peng? Chu Yang understood in an instant. There was no need for him to react. The yin and yang forces in his body, as well as the world forces of Heavenly Soul World and Myriad God World, as soon as they were attacked, they immediately counterattacked, resisting the transcendent force of the rock-slashing Dao formula. This scene suddenly appeared. Not to mention the others, even Lu Yunpeng was shocked. He looked at this scene in astonishment. With his own strength, it was impossible for him to create such a grand scene. Wild dog, could it be that he's a Kuan Peng? The transcendent force is acting on him, causing such a change. Lu Yunpeng naturally felt the mighty force in Chu Yang's body that resisted the transcendent force. His eyelids twitched violently. This was completely beyond his imagination. Chu Yang also completely exceeded his imagination. Soon, he felt that the power surging out of his body was too terrifying, especially the world forces of Heavenly Soul World and Myriad God World. The power that erupted from the fourth style of the rock-slashing Dao formula was like a firefly trying to shake the sun and moon. TCH, I've been waiting for nothing. Lu Yunpeng's level is not high enough. How can he help me achieve a minor transcendent force? This young master is blind this time. Chu Yang's hopes were dashed, and he was extremely depressed. Boom! The power of the fourth style of the rock-slashing Dao formula was quickly extinguished, and it rushed towards Lu Yunpeng. Lu Yunpeng was like a small boat in the middle of a vast ocean, unable to resist at all. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body cracked open as he was flung away. You're a Kuan-Pung, right? My grandson's level is not high enough. Let me kill you. A voice suddenly appeared. No one knew where it came from, but it resounded in everyone's ears like rolling thunder, majestic like the might of the heavens, suffocating everyone. Sage rocked. Chapter 1464. What? You're only afraid now? In the sky, space-time ripples spread out. Immediately, everyone saw a light figure breaking through space and appearing in front of Chu Yang with a single step. The old man in the light figure had eyes like heavenly blades. His gaze was as cold as the edge of a blade. It was extremely frightening. Sage Pung. Sage Pung had personally arrived. Immediately, the entire place fell into a dead silence. After someone knelt down, the rest of the people followed suit and knelt down. Chu Yang immediately wanted to get closer, but the smile on his face was stiff. He couldn't smile at all. However, other than this, he couldn't find any other way. Fight? What a joke. Even if he possessed the Destiny Twins' martial soul, both of them were completely embodied in the Tao that he had created. It was already strenuous for him to deal with Lu Yunpeng, let alone a sage. The only way was to beg for mercy. However, he didn't even have the chance to speak. Transcend. Sage Rock's huge hand came crashing down on Chu Yang. At that moment, he felt that the mighty power that Sage Rock was exerting was like heaven and earth compared to the power that Lu Yunpeng displayed previously. Lu Yunpeng used the Peng/Dao art. The power he used was like a worm enveloping him. It was like a worm wriggling on his body. As for Sage Peng, when he used it, Chu Yang was like a mortal facing a lightning tribulation. The power of a sage, fuck. Chu Yang only felt that after being struck by lightning, the lightning was wreaking havoc on his body in a frenzy. Crackling sounds could be heard, and he seemed to have died in an instant. His whole body was charred black, and the smell of burnt flesh was emitting from his body. Resist my ass. Die early and be buried early. He didn't resist. It was useless for him to resist the power of a sage. Naturally, he didn't give up. This time, he really planned to transcend. The strongest weapon in his hand was the power of laws of the heavenly spirit world and the God's world. Unfortunately, he didn't activate it at all, so he gave up. Anyway, he killed the two of them first. They would erupt even if he didn't do anything. As expected, after the yin and yang forces were completely severed, the forces of the two worlds fought against the same energy. In Chu Yang's body, the heavenly spirit world and the myriad god world's phantoms appeared, madly devouring and consuming the same energy. Chu Yang was also in a miserable state. The great tremors shook him until his bones were broken and his tendons snapped. His internal organs ruptured, and his situation was terrible to the extreme. However, he couldn't do anything now. Perhaps he could still laugh. Then he smiled. He smiled, showing his white teeth. He had heard that people who laughed often had good luck. He felt that this sentence was very reasonable. Humans were animals that could be infected, and happiness was even more contagious. There was a saying that went, "Don't hit a smiling person." A happy person, a person who always had a smile on his face, such a person would not be too annoying, and people would instinctively like to be with such a person. If it was someone who liked to laugh, his happiness would also make the other party happy. Naturally, his luck wouldn't be too bad. Not bad, can you still laugh now? Sage Peng's voice was very cold, making people's hearts palpitate. But when everyone looked at Chu Yang, they saw that he was really showing 8 teeth under the sun, smiling so brightly and happily. Suddenly, they couldn't help but be stunned. At this time, he could still laugh. Everyone was really shocked. If it were them, they wouldn't even have time to cry. How could they laugh? In everyone's eyes, to be able to laugh at this time was definitely a kind of ability, a kind of great ability. Chapter 1465. Waha! Pichu is truly worthy of being Pichu. The parrot also laughed out loud. He is truly worthy of being my master. Even if he dies laughing. How many difficulties can there be in the world? How can I not be happy? Death is nothing. A saint, the other party was a saint. The parrot was also in complete despair. However, Chu Yang's smile cheered it up and made it incomparably excited. It calmly faced death, looked down on everything, and transcended all sorrows and hardships. How free and easy was that? How ironic. Laughing at all the people in the world who can't see past it. Laughing at all the people in the world who are ridiculous. So what if it's a saint? So what if it's death? How can it stop me from laughing? On the road to the Yellow Springs, no matter how gloomy the clouds are, I want it to be filled with laughter. Hearing the parrot's laughter and curses, Cui Shinho and the other two couldn't help but laugh loudly. Eastern Wilderness, you are indeed the pride of the Eastern Wilderness. How many people in the world can be like you? The world is turbid. Only you and I are clear and awake. The saint is nothing. Everyone present was shocked by the heroism of Chu Yang and the others. They were not afraid of death. They were not afraid of the saint. At this time, they were still laughing and cursing. How arrogant, but how inspiring. Many people couldn't help but admire Chu Yang, the parrot, Cui Shinho, and the others. If it were them, they might not be able to do it. Even if Chu Yang was their family, they would at most silently endure the humiliation and vow to take revenge. Most of them felt that it was impossible for them to be so hot-blooded, to go through life and death together, and still dare to stand up in the face of a saint. Chu Yang originally blamed the parrot and the others in his heart. They shouldn't have stood up and courted death, but now there was only pride in his heart. He couldn't stop laughing. Everyone, take a look at what kind of brothers Chu Yang, have made and what kind of friends. There are many dog-meat friends in the world, but when disaster comes, they all shrink back. Who can be as lucky as Chu Yang? And who can be as proud as Chu Yang? It's hard to find a bosom friend in life. Chu Yang, have a group of brothers to send me off. Even if I die, I will laugh as I enter the Yellow Springs. Jean Ming looked at the laughing Chu Yang, and her eyes suddenly blurred. At this moment, Chu Yang was nothing like the bastard who had dealt with her that day. He laughed wantonly in front of the saint, looked down on life and death, and was not afraid of anything. He was full of manliness and was like a completely different person. Which one is you, you bastard? Ji Ming felt very complicated now. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating, but there was nothing she could do. Rock Sage looked at Chu Yang, then at Cui Shinho and the others, and then at the parrot. However, he was immediately poked by the parrot's wing and scolded. What are you looking at? What's so great about being a saint? Do you still have the face to attack a junior? I circle hashtag yin %%. I cross hashtag yin %%. The scolding made Rock Sage angry. Rock Sage's eyes that were like heavenly blades suddenly became sharper. However, the cowardly parrot scolded even more fiercely. Your grandpa, this divine bird is wrong. Give Chu Hang some time. What bullshit, saint? Chu Hang can crush you with one finger. In front of him, you are just an ant at most. Ant, the parrot actually compared a saint to an ant. Not to mention the others. Even Chu Yang was frightened. He did not care about his own safety and scolded the parrot. Little bitch, shut up. Then, Chu Yang cupped his fists and said to Rock Sage, Junior greets the saint. Today, my junior has angered you, and you want to kill me. Chu Yang knows that his skills are not as good as yours, but he paused and pointed at the parrot and the others. Senior, they are just children, lowly people. You are a great person, so don't mind their disrespect. Humph! Rock Sage sneered. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't you say you could laugh as you enter the Yellow Springs? Chapter 1466. This was indeed Chu Yang's opinion. If one didn't have an extraordinary breadth of mind, they wouldn't dare to kill Kuan Peng and create their own great Tao. They would be known as the craziest gold rock in history. Without this boldness, it was impossible to create a Dao art like Peng's slashing Dao art. Huh. Peng Saint couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He looked at Chu Yang and said, I never thought that there would be someone who understands me in this world. No wonder you could defeat my grandson with a raise of your hand and play with him like a dog. He didn't even realize it. Everyone was shocked. Peng Saint's evaluation of Chu Yang was very high. It wasn't just high, it was very high. Chu Yang was completely relieved. Even though this Saint Peng could be a petty person and extremely narrow-minded, he proved that he was right in the end. How could the Saint Peng who created the Dao technique of beheading Peng be petty? He smiled and said, Senior, I'm just going to learn from you. Everyone quickly realized that the situation was not right. How did Chu Yang and Peng Sheng become close friends despite the difference in age? Peng Saint's voice suddenly became cold and murderous. Are you trying to sell yourself to me? Huh? Chu Yang laughed loudly again. He was trying to lure Lu Yunpeng into using the fourth move of Peng slashing Dao art. He was indeed belittling Peng Saint. This was the truth, but he didn't explain. Senior, he just laughed and said, if I don't sell myself to you, how can I be called arrogant? In this world, I don't know many people who can catch my eye, so I can only sell myself to you. Do you think I'm a fool? Peng Saint sneered. You played with my grandson and kept provoking him. Wasn't it to make him use the fourth move of Peng slashing Dao art so that you could take the opportunity to cultivate it? Chu Yang shrugged and spread his hands with a sinister smile. Senior, I'm just that smart. Come and hit me. Everyone face-bombed and were momentarily confused. Chu Yang actually dared to speak to a saint in such a manner. Come and hit me then. Didn't he know how hateful this sentence was? It would be strange if he couldn't be beaten to death. This damned bastard, does he still not know how to stop? Ji Yiming gritted his teeth, wishing he could bite Chu Yang to death. What kind of situation was this? He actually dared to provoke a saint? Rocksage was stunned for a moment before he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha, little dog. You're really crazy. Ever since I was born, no one has ever dared to say such words to me. You're the first one who dares to provoke me like this. The consequences were very serious. Ji Yiming couldn't help but worry so much that her heart was about to break. Hee, Senior, this is my honor. Also, I'm just that cheap. If you don't even meet a cheap person like me in your Peng Sheng, wouldn't your Peng Sheng be too boring? Chu Yang was very proud of himself, as if he didn't know what kind of consequences his actions would cause. His appearance made Ji Yiming grind her teeth. She felt as if the world was about to collapse and the end of the world was about to come. What Peng Sheng? Although you're right, can't you use better words? Such a bastard, such a bastard. It seems like there's really no hope. Ji Yiming was in complete despair. Ji Nin was also completely convinced. Her brother-in-law, who was about to die, was too powerful. Even she wouldn't dare to do this. As for the people, they felt that it was strange that there was such a strange person like Chu Yang in this world. It was fine if he called himself a cheap person, but he actually proudly called himself a cheap person in front of a saint. What they couldn't accept was that Chu Yang had a proud face and was proud of being cheap. Chapter 1467. Slut. While everyone was speechless, Sage Peng's sharp eyes actually emitted a clanging sound like a sword. He suddenly sneered and looked at Chu Yang. You just finished acting crazy, and now you want to act cheap in front of me? The entire crowd fell silent. Although no one was surprised by this, Sage Peng's anger still shocked them. If it was anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to laugh anymore. However, after Chu Yang's heart thumped, he still smiled and said, You're right, I'm acting cheap right now. If this was the old thing's test, and he was scared like this, he would be exposed. That would be too lacking in character and style. He would definitely be looked down upon by the old thing. Chu Yang's thoughts were probably like this. Are you going to say that I'm acting cheap again? What can you do? If you have the ability, come and bite me. Sage Peng's words were as cold as ice. His killing intent was dense, causing the surroundings to rapidly freeze. Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave in an instant. Sage Peng's face was filled with anger, faintly covered in a layer of frost. Chu Yang really couldn't judge this old man's thoughts, let alone his character. He couldn't make up his mind, and his heart was beating like a drum. Some great figures could joke with him, but if he did that to some great figures, it would only arouse their disgust and disgust. It was no different from seeking death. If I die, then I die. Maybe I'll be lucky and guess right. How can I doubt my own intelligence and my own judgment right now? Chu Yang was filled with apprehension. He believed his own intuition and stubbornly persisted in going about things the wrong way. He continued to smile and say, "Senior, how did you know? I originally said, if you have the ability, come and hit me." After hearing this sentence, you actually thought of this sentence. He added, "Actually, if you have the ability, come and bite me is actually more emotional. You even know that this sentence is more emotional." Everyone was truly convinced by Chu Yang. In front of a sage, he actually dared to be so impudent. "Humph, biting you is like an ant. Are you worthy? It's over." The voice in Ji Yiming's heart, the voice in everyone's heart. Hearing Peng Shang's bone-chilling voice again, he felt as if a cold wind was blowing on his face. He couldn't help but shiver. Everyone believed that Chu Yang was dead for sure. There was no suspense. Trying to steal a chicken, but failing, this was not as simple as losing the rice. Of course, there were also many people who sneered, such as Lu Yunpeng and Xiao Wanjin. They felt that Chu Yang was really acting recklessly and thought too highly of himself. You're just an ant, yet you're delusional enough to think that you have the right to joke around with a saint. Chu Yang was still smiling, and his smile was still very bright. It was gambling, and there would always be losses. At most, he would be a good man again after 18 years. If we're talking about unworthy, it should be Senior who's unworthy. As soon as he said this, many people couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. This had nothing to do with personal preference. "Senior, I'm definitely not inferior to you. Do you believe me?" He was still provoking them. Not to mention the others. Even the parrot was completely speechless by Chu Yang. He shouted in his heart, "Chu Hang, this is not a hopeless case. This is a sea of bitterness that knows no bounds. Repent, and the shore is at hand." The parrot and the others were also shocked. "Kid, wait until you come back to life. Then you'll have the right to say such words to me." "Ha, a senior, is this a difficult matter?" Chu Yang laughed loudly and was extremely arrogant. "I invite Senior to turn on the viewing mode and see my elegance." Chapter 1468. Chu Yang's eyes were closed as he floated in the air. It was as if he was lying on the beach, basking in the sunlight. He didn't put up any resistance at all, as if he didn't care about Peng Sage's decapitation art at all. Peng Sage's mouth twitched as he thought, "This brat is crazy, even crazier than I was when I was young." Rumble. Suddenly, Chu Yang's body burst out with the sound of a mountain torrent. His body shook violently. His flesh and blood swirled in the air like rain. The splashing of broken bones and crushed bones were like fine snow and ice in the midst of rain and snow. Bang! His entire body was like a free-falling stone, falling straight down and smashing heavily into the forest below. His body spasmed, but he did not scream, nor did he show any mental fluctuations. He was like a snake whose tail had been cut off. After that, there was no more sound. It seemed that Chu Yang was already dead. He was completely dead. Peng Sage narrowed his eyes as he looked at the blood-soaked body below. He didn't make a sound or move. No one dared to make a sound, and no one dared to move. There was no sound, and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. It was as if there was a boulder pressing down on everyone's heart. The world suddenly fell into a deathly stillness. It remained deathly stillness for a long time. Only the ignorant wind was bold and reckless. It appeared out of nowhere and let out a whistling sound. Chu Yang's consciousness sank into endless darkness after the shock. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. He was the first to die in the calamity, and he didn't even know how he died. The only thing he knew was that the calamity had arrived. The world should have been destroyed, and everything should have been wiped out. The world should have been killed. I've been decapitated. I've been decapitated by the fourth style of the Pung decapitation art. His thoughts were incomparably clear, so clear that it was terrifying. In this endless darkness, in this endless silence, his mind was restless, and he even felt like he was going crazy. My accumulation, my cultivation, it's still not enough to withstand this attack and transcend. That shouldn't be the case. The heavenly soul realm and the myriad God realm should be strong enough to bind me. In the boundless darkness and endless silence, Chu Yang could clearly hear every sound he made. He discovered that his voice was incomparably loud and clear. It was transmitted so far, just like a butterfly that slightly flapped its wings and caused a great storm. Naturally, no one answered him. Naturally, there was no response. Naturally, there was no person, object, or matter that barged in. There was only endless torment. As such, Chu Yang didn't know how much time had passed. He felt that such a long period of time was enough for him to die of old age 1,000 times over. He didn't know when, but in this endless darkness, there was an even darker darkness, as well as endless light. One was like hell, the other was like heaven. Fiend God, martial spirit? Chu Yang's voice resounded from the darkness. Then he said, "No, it should be the Destiny Twins. The Divine Devil is just a state of the Destiny Twins during a certain period of time." Chapter 1469. During this process, Chu Yang felt as if he was shuttling through many space-time passages. He seemed to have passed through many space-time passages and many worlds. Finally, he felt as if he had come to a stop. Then he saw his broken and bloody body. Chu Yang looked at his own body, feeling very strange. This feeling was as if he was looking at all the living beings in the outer space, and his body was like a world. Everything on his body that was dripping with blood was like the rolling dust of the mortal world. Every piece of his flesh and blood, every cell was a living being in that world. He also felt as if he had broken through the void and become an immortal from the outer space. But he didn't feel as if his soul had left his body at all. His body didn't seem to have anything to do with him. Immediately, his broken body began to repair itself, just like the world after a great disaster, recovering from the chaos. Time smoothed out all kinds of scars, erasing all traces. After that, living beings were born in this world again. There were more and more living beings, and this world became lively again, full of vitality, full of endless hope, the birth of a new era. In this era, the two cultivation systems of the heavenly spirit world and the God's world also appeared, carrying everything in this era, entangling with each other until the end of the era. When the godly demon martial spirit appeared again, Chu Yang's various wonderful senses shattered like a mirror. Then, like an immortal entering the mortal world, he entered that world. His consciousness finally returned to his body. Boom! At this moment, the forest where Chu Yang was in exploded. The energy released was like a big sun, from small to big, and finally expanded to the limit, completely released. The wind whistled, and the huge rocks in the forest were like goose feathers fluttering in the wind. In the end, they were invisibly shattered, and the gravel scattered in all directions. The grass and trees were all uprooted, and a layer of the ground was ruthlessly scraped off. When everything calmed down, the original mess in the forest was all gone, and in its place was a huge pit. There wasn't a trace of debris in the pit, but at the center of the pit, there was a dazzling body lying on its back. All of a sudden, the body opened its eyes. Endless ripples spread out from its eyes. 2 beams of light shot up into the sky. An astonishing aura swept out in all directions like storm. It was as if a storm was coming. It was also as if a piece of earth-shattering news was spreading in all directions at the fastest speed. It was as if it was announcing the birth of a supreme figure. Chu Yang's injuries were completely healed, and his entire body was filled with surging power. It was as if he could cover the sky with a raise of his hand and pluck the stars and the moon. The laws of the heavenly soul world and the myriad God world inside him were like 2 subjects facing their emperor. They cooperated with each other, fought against each other, and formed a balance in the imperial court. But in the end, they had to listen to his orders. If he wanted to break the balance now, why couldn't he? He could allow one side to dominate for the time being and beat the other side first. Once the dominant side was satisfied, he would beat them and make them fall from the clouds. Everything was in his control, and this was a wonderful feeling. Neither side could escape from his grasp. Chu Yang had successfully broken free from the bindings of the heavenly soul world and the myriad god world. Senior, am I wrong? Am I qualified to be arrogant? Am I weaker than you, Senior? Chu Yang looked at Sage Peng and laughed. He was extremely arrogant. It was as if he was the only one in the world. He didn't put anything in his eyes. Time, space, sun, moon, stars, everything in the world, everything in the universe. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.